Hello there, guys. Welcome back to the channel. Hope everyone's well. We are doing a bit of iRacing, and then we're going to do some vintage driving. In fact, put some fans on. Hello. Hello, Vex Swift. Yeah, it's a one-on-one personal live stream. That's what we do now. That's all we do. It's just easier this way. Hello, Blockhead. Which game? Pac-Man 3D. That's what we always say. Wreck with Fleck. Hands in the air. It's
Wreck with Fleck.
Hello. How's it going, man? Ooh, it's warm. I should bring the didgeridoo over. I've got a feeling that we're going to need to blow on the didgeridoo this live stream. Can't have it behind us all the time, can we? We'll definitely make use of it this live stream. Oh no! No! Disaster, I've just spilled tea water on the floor. Hang on, I've got to go and clean this up. Back in a second. good. It's just water. Car wash simulator. That's how you warm up. Basically ice water. Fortunately, because if that was tea. More suffering, yeah. We're oh dear. Whew. Right, didgeridoo. There we go. No, I knocked it over. We need to get the circular breathing. There you go. The didgeridoo playing is improving every time. Every time we, every day it gets better. Every day. How's it going, the fellow? Close to nature. How close do you want to be to nature? I mean, you are nature. Inherently, we are nature. So, I mean, really... Like, I mean, we are more other things than ourselves. We are merely vessels for bacteria. But that's fine. So you don't get to choose. It's just how it is. I'm glad to be a home to millions. It's always philosophy here. The worst type of philosophy. Terrible. I hate philosophy. Should we do didgeridoo philosophy? Hello and welcome to Didgeridoo Philosophy, where we answer all questions with a didgeridoo. What is the meaning of life? What should you spend your time doing on this planet? What happens after you die? Why spend your time live streaming when you could be doing much better things? Would anyone like a song? The Macallan is here's your song for you. The Macallan. Macallan. Did you like your song? I thought it's a pretty good song. Yeah, it's pretty nice. I can imagine hearing that noise over the Baltic Ocean. I can imagine Vikings singing that song. My life got better since I got a didgeridoo. How dare you undermine my journey through the Yiddicky journey? Every day is a small step. towards Yiddicky perfection. You just joined the... Well, it's a good time to join. It's a good time. No, I keep my dig to myself. I'm very selective. You can get like electric didgeridoos. I just need to learn circular breathing. Like I get stuck. I can't push. I forget. Like I can half do it, but then I forget to refill my cheeks. It's very hard. I'm like halfway there. We'll just keep practicing. But like once you can circular breathe, you're basically a Yiddicky master. It's like learning the Force. Freak it. No, you need it. You just need to draw a circle whilst breathing. Woo! Should we do? Let's get a poll going for this race. Choose a prediction. Oh, I don't remember what the other race was. I'm deleting that. We'll do a new prediction. Start prediction. Gain 20 rating. There you go. Hello, Paloop. How's it going? Everything we do is the best. We need some good vintage track recommendations for AC. Am I looking forward to Gamescom? Yeah, I'm going next week. It'll be good. I'm having a holiday. I'm having a holiday in Dusseldorf. Yeah, I'm gonna try and film stuff. It is in Cologne, yeah, but if you look at the price of hotels in Cologne, and Dusseldorf is only like 30 minutes away on the train that goes straight into the station that's next to the Gamescom, so it's actually weirdly, if your goal is to go to Gamescom, staying in a hotel that's next to the train line is actually easier. That's weird. It's weird. Like lots of the hotels in Dusseldorf are obviously not on the train line, and they're quite far away from Gamescom, right? So you'd think logically you'd go, oh, we'll stay in Cologne. So we'll go to Gamescom, but then people end up getting taxis and trains and stuff, and so sleeping in line. Well, I don't really need to try any of the games. That's not really. I think that's what a lot of people are doing, but I'm not really after a demo myself. Just filming the event and talking about stuff, and the stuff that I'm interested in. When that doesn't really have big queues. the stuff that I'm looking at is yeah. That'll be interesting. I'm also just going to meet up with friends and stuff as well, so it's a bit of a casual. Don't want to work too hard. No, hopefully we can get a good video out of it. We'll see. Hopefully have like some energy. Energy. Did you watch last year's video about Gamescom? Energy. There you go, here's our video from last year. Energy. Let me link it to you. There you go. Oh yeah. Yeah, hopefully we can do that thing at Gamescom. Maybe. Yeah, the thing is I probably have to divide it up into halls. Because Gamescom is huge. It's like 6 big halls. But at least because I went last year, I know what to expect. So that helps. It's actually the Cologne Trade Center is a total mess to walk around. It's so confusing. It's got like these, it's got different halls, and then it has like 2 stories to each hall, and then it has this weird thing in the middle, and then these steps that go down and steps at the top. So it's like, it's really easy to get like it's really hard to work out where you actually are. 6 holes. You've been to Gamescom Center, Thomas, the trade hall. Yeah, it's so confusing. It's like such a maze of a building. Whereas most trade centers are not that confusing. No, normally they're flat. Or like, I mean, like EDXL centers just two 4 big halls effectively. Even the what's the one in the NEC in Birmingham is pretty easy to like walk around and understand. Yeah. The one in Nuremberg. It's big, but it's easy to understand. It's flat. I think the confusing thing with Gamescom, the Cologne Trade Center, is it's on multiple layers, and then stuff's not. It's not like, oh, here's a line and there's halls either side. It's like, oh, there's something here, there's something here, there's something here. Then there's 6 things here, and then they're on 2 stories. It's mental. It's like the worst laid out. Like, and actually, this is one thing that I think Germans don't do very well. Germans are really bad at signage. I actually think that's probably the one thing that Germany is worse than the Brits at is signage, and Britain is pretty bad at signage. Germany's leading the way for not signposting stuff clearly. No, look, Thomas. I'm blaming Germany. I mean, London Underground is pretty bad for tourists, but I've been to multiple places in Germany. It's all bloody confusing. France is easier to understand. Belgium's easy to understand. It's nothing to do with me understanding French. It's way easier to understand. Spain, I don't speak Spanish. They signpost stuff perfectly adequately. So that's fine. Yeah, I've been to Valencia, Mallorca. That was all made sense. All clearly signposted. Germany. Every place in Germany is a bloody maze. I think Germans just like to make mazes out of everything. Oh, wherever you go, you do not know. Ah, you are lost, you stupid Englishman. You will never find what you are looking for. And you will be walking around in circles. Ah, you stupid English. But then I get to, then you get to walk more. Because Germans like walking. Germans love walking. That's what I learnt. More than the Brits. Brits don't like walking. We like to be fat. We're sort of half American. Andy Black, I am thinking of a basic wheel stand I can put at the end of your bed. Why at the end of your bed? Wheel stands are quite nice for putting all your kit on one thing and being able to move it away. But putting a wheel on a desk with pedals under the desk is fine. Is under 70 good? What would you mean? For a wheel stand? I don't know how much they cost now. I don't know what. I mean, I had a wheel stand pro was quite good. You might just be better off, as I say, if you've got a desk in your room, just sticking your wheel on your desk. That's what I did for years. I lived in tiny rooms for a long time. I just put a wheel on a desk. You want leg room. I would suggest not getting into sim racing. It's a really dangerous hobby. What's the most stable GT4 car? All GT4 cars are stable. What'd be good after? Well, all GT4 cars are stable. GT4 cars are designed for people that can't drive to do racing, so they're fine. All of them. Yeah, all of them. There we go. Welcome to the club. It's time for some didgeridoo beats. Australian nightclub. Oh no. Oh well. Probably good that it was drowned out. It's the coolest Yiddicky club. Hello, Amber Saber. What is a Beamer? Don't know. It's a BMW. Amber Saber.
Wow.
Wow, thank you. Have a rocket. Really appreciate the sub. Beautiful. What a time to be alive. Yeah, it was a good launch.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist.
The normal.
So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Yeah, that's how it works. Don't worry about that's. Look, I just started playing driving simulators and then filming random shit, and people are like, "Oh, he knows what he's doing." It's all made up. That's how it works. You're a pro. So you just do stuff and tell people to give you money, and sometimes they do, and then you're a professional. That's how it works. Beach! 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 No salt today, we just started. We're just chilling out. We're just taking it easy. Thanks for the Son of the Beach, LFM. LFMMMFX. Why do everyone have names that are too complicated for me? Is the Formula Ford? Well, pretty much everything's good in the Assetto Corsa. Not that not necessarily realistic or not. Doesn't really matter. They're fun to drive. Here we go. We'll try and get ourselves right at the top. We need to be in the top 5 or so for this race. Oh, beeswax all over me. All over my lips. Hello, Digital Mass. How's it going?
Chicken flag.
It's worth subbing. Well, I mean, it depends how much money you've got. If you don't mind spending £250 to £350 a year, it's fine. But I'd say if you were on a if you were a newer sim racer, you'd be better off saving your money and getting like ACC, AC, LMU, because iRacing costs a lot. But if you're in Australian time zone or North America, then iRacing's often the only sim with like a lot of people in it to race against. So yeah, it is what it is. But it's definitely, I wouldn't recommend it to people that are on a tight budget. Like if you don't have a nice steering wheel yet, or you don't have an okay gaming PC, you're much better off putting your money towards that, playing other sims, and then when you got money to burn, then you can spend money on iRacing if you want to. You don't have to play. You don't have to gamble away CS skins, though, do you? That's an odd comparison. I play CS. I've got 2,500 hours in Counter Strike. I've got about €800 worth of items because I never buy or sell anything. So, yeah, that's a really weird statement to make. I mean, like, yeah, I mean, I would rather, I'd gladly pay for iRacing than shoot myself in the kneecaps, you know. Right, here we go. Ah, that's alright, we got fourth.
On you go. Next time by, line up on the left side. The estimated SOF is 1,818. Closed.
Yurik Jensen in first, Rolf Hassett second, Dennis Pilamukinen in third. Well, we might get a podium here. Hello, Denny. How's it going? Thanks, guys, for the sound alerts and the subscription. I appreciate the support. If you guys can think of a good... there's some other tracks like Filderberg for AC that I quite like to play. I was thinking more roads, Thomas. No, not road tracks. I was thinking like those cool road tracks. Like 1950s roads. Yeah, well, it's a silly conversation, isn't it, when people go, oh, iRacing is great value. A real go-kart cost me £1,000. A track day cost me the same price as a year of iRacing. It's like, yeah, because they're different things. Like going to the moon costs billions compared to Kerbal Space Program. It's such a stupid thing to say. I can't believe people say it with such a straight face. It's like, oh, it's only the price of a cup of coffee. It's like, yeah, well, A, coffee's expensive. B, you're going outside and someone's serving you a drink directly and you're consuming something. So why are you making that comparison? It's actually absurd. And it's even more absurd that someone makes that comparison with a complete straight face. It's bizarre. It's so dumb. It's so stupendously moronic. I can't believe how common it is. Someone should just say, oh, for the amount of time I put into it, it offers me good. I get good value out of it. That's the argument you can make. Yeah, but they're morons. You could say good arguments. You could say, yes, comparative to other video games, it's more expensive. And clearly has problems that other video games don't have. However, I spend a lot of time playing it, so even though comparatively it's expensive for other things in its genre, I still personally get the value for money from it. So that's the argument you make for something that's objectively more expensive for something in a similar context. So like someone buys a Ferrari and they can afford to buy it, and they're like, yeah, no, it breaks a lot and it's got these stupid problems and the price of it's ridiculous and it's not good as a piece of transport, but I irrationally really, really, really love my Ferrari. I have a mental condition and I love my Ferrari, so for me it's really good value for money. And that's how you make an irrational argument of value. And a lot of value is irrational. Like advertisers put adverts on my live streams, people sponsor me, so clearly value is completely irrational and insane. So you can point to that when making an argument. You don't make the argument by trying to claim that it's, you know, some absurd comparison.
Pace car is off. Be ready.
Oh, here we go.
Green, green, green.
EVE Online. Yeah, there are some very expensive games. He's not making that. Goodbye. And there's 2 places.
iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world. It's also the most realistic.
That's the nice thing with GT3. People drive really clean in it. Why do you play it if it's not the best physics-wise? Because it's got people online in it. It doesn't require much effort to play. The camera is smooth. The frame timing's good. And it's very good for like live streaming entertainment of Salt and seeing weird stuff happen. So I think we qualified pretty well because it managed to avoid that. It has the best voice out over IP, exactly. iRacing could. The funny thing is, it could be absolutely, uncategorically the best simulator, with some relatively, some big changes, but also some pretty small changes that iRacing should have done probably about 6 or 7 years ago. But there's not enough competition to force those changes. Wow. The moderation's debatable, isn't it? The best! Have you seen how many live streams we've done with this thumbnail, Random? It's perfect. It's been like a month of the best. By the way, guys, check out Random Call Sign. He does review videos and live streams, topless modelling.
Right side, clear on the
You see, that type of skid that he got into there, that is a really, really common type of skid in a car that's got monumental traction control on it. That is it. That's precisely the type of accident you expect to see with the GT3 cars. That's entirely the type of accident that you would 100% expect in a GT3 car. Oh no, wait a minute. Not even ABS could save him. Oh, maybe we can win this. Let's keep pushing. Why did it look like we're in like like African savanna heat? It's like 33 degrees. I expect to see some like elephants roaming across the track here. Welcome to the Serengeti Plains. Game of Muscles GT3 Serengeti Tours. It's so like hazy. This is a reconstruction of Lion King in a GT3 car. Yeah, Dakar Road America Dakar Rally. It's pretty cool though, actually. I do like this sort of lighting. There's a nice sort of thickness to it. I think games could use fog and stuff a lot better, especially driving sims. Need for Speed Shift was like one of the first driving sims to do a really good job with environmental fog effects. It adds a lot of depth, and I think developers have to artificially add more than you actually get in reality for it to really work on a 2D screen. Welcome to Kenyan Tours. .7-second gap. Oh, new fastest lap for me. .6. We can catch.
The car in C8 just set the fastest lap. 6.193.
Car behind's catching us though, so it's a shame because if he starts battling us, there's no way we're catching the car in front. Oh, thank you. Thanks, iRacing. Yeah, that's really normal behaviour for a GT3 car. Pushed fractionally too hard. Oh, no. Really standard, that. Yeah. You know, it's really typical for this type of vehicle with all its systems on it for you to mildly go slightly over the limit whilst on the tyres, and for that to cause it to go into a slide that you cannot recover at all and you have to just wait out. It's exactly what GT3 cars do. They're actually renowned for doing that. Oh well, it means we now get to race more cars, so that's exciting. No, I don't. You can just set the power on the wheelbase. I spun there on purpose, guys, so you could experience 3 more overtakes. I'm generous like that.
Car in C13, just past the flat, 5.987.
I think we just need to pass on the straight because this car doesn't have enough brake distance for you to really send it. Like the car's braking's too drawn out. I wouldn't listen to anyone. Right, here we go. Try and line him up for a pass on the inside. Surprised how little draft this car gets.
Stay on the right. Stay on the right. Clear.
Well, that's one. One down, 2 to go. I always think in races, it's really best to just make things as hard as possible for yourself. I think that's the best way to do everything. That's how I approach life as well. Yeah, I prefer more drafting sims because I think it, outside of what's realistic, okay, there's a limit. Sometimes it's a bit crazy and it definitely causes more crashes with series like the F4 car, but I definitely think more draft helps mitigate someone that has hot lapped shitloads and they just have raw hot lapping pace. On the downside, if you are getting wrecked all the time by noobs, having less draft is nice because it means you can practice and just drive away from people and not be worried about them driving into you through just drafting you. But if the goal is like racing and having fun driving, what you'd really want is aggressive draft from a distance that then falls off when you get within like 2 meters of a car. So it acts as like it should act as a catch-up. And in a sense, you kind of get that in some ways with real cars, some series, where what happens is the draft acts as a catch-up, and then the draft causes the tyres to slip too much when you're very close, which then causes the tyres to overheat, which then means that the cars, can't just do an easy pass. So you do end up with quite a dynamic. It entirely depends on the car and tyres they're using the series and stuff, but it can get really quite complex how draft actually affects the racing in a race car. There's a lot of variables. But yeah, I think in Sims just slightly stronger. Like the F3 car draft was good fun, and that was exaggerated compared to the real car.
Stay on the left. Clear on the right.
Yep, that's totally normal driving.
Clear.
I don't know what this guy's doing. It's like such a cross-channel ferry. Is he just gonna keep blocking? I mean, there's defensive driving. I think this guy's gonna punt us if we get alongside him. Is he brake checking us now through the corner? This is interesting. He's lost so much time on the car in front.
Left side. Keep to the right. Clear.
Okay. I think he's lagging as well.
Car on your left. Keep to the right. Stay on the right. Keep to the right. Clear. Car on your left. Keep to the right. Stay on the right. Clear.
I'm surprised he didn't punt us. He's lost 2 places through his crazy defending. No battle. He didn't need to defend that so aggressively. Like, he probably could have stayed behind us, then retook the position. I think it was mostly lag though. I mean, he was weaving, but I think a lot of it is lag. Unfortunately, him blocking like that might have cost us second place, but oh well. It was interesting. How long we got? Oh yeah, but Days of Blunder. Thank you very much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Really appreciate the support.
Back in third. Keep hustling. You have about 5 laps of fuel left.
The problem with the military is most of it is standing around, isn't it? And man, you're not really shooting at people. Maybe special forces. Most of the military's shooting at hedges. Stand it. Hurry up and stand around. Hurry up and do nothing. I don't think I'd want to be shooting people myself. I think even if the person, even if it was like justified defence, I'd still be like, oh, why have I put myself in this position? Do you know what I mean? I'm a filthy pacifist.
White flag this time.
I'd still be like, oh, you know. You'd be like, well, I'd rather not do that. I think it's a different situation if your country's being invaded directly, but you know. Even being a policeman would be hard, like, especially in America. I could totally see wanting to be a good policeman, but it'd just suck. Like, you would have someone, the vast majority of people doing police and stuff, it would suck because you know that someone would charge you and you wouldn't want to. A majority of the time they'd be on drugs or something else is going on, and you'd be like, oh, like, you know, you don't want to shoot them, but you'd obviously have to protect yourself because you don't know what's going to happen because there's so much random shit that happens. So it'd be terrible. And then you'd always be like, oh, well, did I really need to? Did I, you know, was it the stress of the situation? Was it fully justified? Do you know what I mean? It'd be terrible. Even if you're fully within your legal rights, you would still be like, oh, it'd be awful. Thank you, Jay. And all the shit that you'd have to see day on day would be terrible. New line. Whoa! Good line, that. Wow. That was fun. At least we had a little bit of racing. Stuff. Well, you know, it depends on context, and there's loads of scenarios, and you'll obviously only hear about probably the bad ones. So that get, well, you know, you'll only hear about the extremes, generally speaking. So, I mean, that's the old problem with guns, really. In something like America, if you're a policeman and you're pulling someone over, and there's the potential they've got a weapon, a gun, you're always going to be like, oh, maybe they're going to reach for a gun and shoot me. maybe they're high on something. Maybe whatever. You don't know, do you? So you're always going to be on edge. Even if you're like the nicest policeman ever, you're going to be like, oh, I need to be really careful because this person might just turn around and shoot me. So it makes things really complicated. Yeah, there'll be loads of cover-ups as well and everything. Yeah, you know, it'll be terrible. That's why I'd say it's putting yourself in the position is a lose-lose, isn't it? Like, even if you're fully justified as a police officer and you're defending yourself and you're doing everything within the law, you would still, even if you were like the most miserable person ever, you would still go, oh, you know, did I need to? Did that need to happen? And you'd still, even if you hated the person, you would still remember their face and you'd remember the moment and everything because you've killed someone. So it'd be terrible. Even when you haven't done it and you're just around stuff, it's awful. Sprinkle some drugs on them. It's called dusting the convict. Dusting the guilty. Baking the criminal. Right. Let's have a look at our little slide. I think the guy in front of us did a stupid slide as well. Was it on the same corner? Oh no, it was on this one. Yeah, look at that. That's really typical. Really typical GT3 car slide. This is exactly what you expect to see with cars that have some of the most sophisticated traction control and ABS systems on them. This type of slide is, if I was going to see it in any type of racing, I'd expect to see it in GT3. Unrecoverable, slow passenger slides. I mean, come on. Look, it's exactly like every other car in iRacing. It's just slower. It's either faster or slower. Every single vehicle in this game does this. Well, no, my screens have all turned off. Ah, my computer just reboot. All my screens just turned off. Don't know if the live streaming PC is still on. Let's have a look here.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah. My screen's all turned off though. Not even how you fix that. That's so random. Can you guys even see the... is the computer still on? Let's see. Oh, no signal. I think the computer just cooked itself. Let's restart. Restart. Well, it's lucky the race had finished. It was because I was exposing too much truth. Keep your pants on. Oh, but I was just about to take them off. Right. Ah. I have to get up and turn that camera back on now. Computers. Computers always work perfectly for me. I never have problems with them. Don't know about you guys. Right, let's reboot. Hello? Oh yeah, it is still working. My computer's taking ages to boot. I think it's just killed itself. Oh, here we go. It's twice it's done that with iRacing. It hasn't done it with other stuff, just iRacing. Since the last update. I am the malware. F4 at Laguna Seca is always fun. Well, it's probably a new feature, isn't it? Credit to them. Great new feature of iRacing. Authentic crashing. I think Curtis is trying to get me out of my rig repeatedly. It's just an exercise stream. Right. Yeah, it's their new deep vein thrombosis monitor. Deep vein thrombosis detected. Take a break. Oh, by the way, if you're watching on YouTube, you can hit the like button. It doesn't do anything, but you can do it. Let's get some music back on here. There we go. Right, what should we do? What shall we do? We have... Maybe we could do an F4 race. And then maybe we'll go over to AC. Let's see what we got out of the rating of that last race. I think this mission, alright, has nobody race it. One. Why bother? Oh, 2 people. Did you have to buy this car? Nobody wants to drive it. It's pretty funny. Skyworks always looking at bottoms on the internet. The Mustang Challenge is on Brands Hatch. 4 car. What? Nobody's driving this either. Yeah, well, apart from a few popular series, GT3, F4, Super Formula. Because I think people just don't want to keep buying content all the time. Now this has like 20 people in it. Yeah, it's like basically GT3 and F4, and then this Formula 1600. Jason, but do you think? I think you're being unreasonable. I think you're jumping to unfair conclusions, Jason. To be honest, because you're suggesting that by forcing people to have to buy content on top of a monthly fee, it could potentially divide the online user base, thus making the game worse for all players, which is quite a radical view. To be honest, I think it's a bit of an extreme view, and I think you need to apologise to iRacers. To be honest, because what you haven't factored into that is that iRacing by charging more keeps the riffraff out. So did you consider that? I don't think you did. I think we'll do an F4 race, and then we can do some AC. Let's have a look at the results for the last one. How do we lose safety rating for just 4x? GT3 is well easy to gain I rating in though. We've just been gaining like 50 I rating every race that we do in GT3. Probably hit a wall at around about 2,500, I'd imagine. Phillip Island's a weird track. That used to be quite a popular track to run. Yeah, it's a bit of a rubbish week for iRacing, actually, I think. Yeah, there's just too much riffraff. Get the riffraff out, I say. They also have these races now as well, that the regional tour. These, I think these are every 2 hours. Yeah, every 2 hours. Yeah, I think the thing is, the thing with sim racing is, most sim racing is racing, doesn't really matter what car you have. Most sim racers are most people can't drive faster cars flat at all. and most people can't even race. It's hard enough, like learning a track and stuff. So for a lot of people, a GT, although ironically in iRacing, the GT3 cars are really hard to drive if you have basic driving skill, because they're so shit. They're so bad in iRacing, but like still, MX-5 for most people, like an MX-5 is going to be like enough to learn. Like if you only you've got a wheel, you put time into sim racing, you enjoy like the tracks and the sim race, you enjoy the idea of using a wheel and pedals to play a realistic racing game. Well, an MX-5 is bloody hard enough, isn't it, for most people? Unless you're like someone that would otherwise could be a real world driver in like a low series, like, or do go-karting and stuff in real life, which is quite a small selection of the population. So basically, you're always going to get, for online ranked racing, it's not really a surprise that things might get limited to 3 or 4 series. Yeah, well, this Skippy's a good car, but it's dead. The Skippy would actually be a really good car for most people, and it's probably a better car than it's easier to drive than an MX-5. Weirdly, and takes up less room, so you can have more side by side. It's lighter, so it's more responsive than a MX-5 as well. So I think that if you've got basic car control, that makes the car easier. But that's dead in iRacing. Hello, Philippe. This is how it comes back to the thing I'm always saying, that I think if you're doing an online racing game, just doing an MX-5 racing sim would be enough. Like ACC, just doing GT3, that's enough. If your goal is the ranked racing, just one car is fine. Rocket League is one car, a football, and 2 nets. A bloody different tracks is a lot of variety. Like Counter-Strike, different maps are really hard to learn, take a long time. Same in driving sims. A different racetrack. Yeah, like if you're gonna have multiple cars in a sim, probably makes sense to only have like 5. And you'd be like, road car, let's say it's an MX-5 or a Clio Cup, front wheel drive, whatever, like a road car, Formula Trainer, then like it could just go straight to F3 or F4, and then like F3 could be the top spec, to be honest. Like F1, it just doesn't work. It's just too F1 is just too fast. It's for netcode and everything. It's just too hard. It's too hard. There's such a minority of sim racers that can deal with F1. Yeah, so like the Super Formula or Super Formula Light would be the top. If you're like doing a game and you're like, right, we're gonna have road car, trainer car. It could be a Skip Barber, or it could be a Formula Ford. Road car, Formula Ford, Skip Barber, doesn't matter, one of the two. Then like a GT3 car, and then maybe like an F4 car, and then maybe you have like a LMP1 type class car, or like an LMP2 class car, and a Super Formula Light or Super Formula. So that's 5 cars. Well, probably like 7 cars maximum would basically cover. Oh, you probably want one vintage car in there, a slow vintage car and a fast vintage car, like a vintage minis, and then like a 60s Formula type car. There's like a mid-spec Formula car. then you've basically covered you covered the broad spectrum for the most part. I mean, we are missing a like V8 type car in that, but yeah, but you could probably distill things down to 10 cars. But starting off with, you could literally just have 3 cars. But and then ultimately, as I say, MX-5 for the vast majority of people, and for racing, and for general racing, and for compelling gameplay, MX-5 would be perfect. But obviously it doesn't have the branding, so that's why you end up with GT3. It's right in the middle, really, of everything, isn't it? It's absolutely in the middle, along with assists. It's got all the branding. it's as anodyne of a race car as you can get. It's a shame that there's not a Formula equivalent of a GT3 cars, of a GT3. So like a Ferrari F4 car, a Lamborghini F4 car. I mean, F4 is basically that. I mean, you have all the race car manufacturers that produce F4 chassis, but they're just not the known brands. No, TCR's crap. TCR's terrible. It's really bad. I tell you why. It's shit. That's my argument. Right. Problem with TCR, because first of all it's front wheel drive, and then it's modern front wheel drive, so it's got all the worst aspects of everything. So front wheel drive has no on power oversteer, so that's crap. The good front wheel drive cars have a lot of lift off oversteer and are loose. Like older front wheel drive cars are really loose off the throttle and lacking in grip. No, I like good front wheel drive cars. TCR's shit. So it takes like the worst aspects of like GT3, very planted, very stable. Worst aspects of front wheel drive, no throttle oversteer, and then it's terrible. It's honestly a disaster. Like they don't make any sense in Sims. They don't make any sense. They're not even cheap. They're rubbish. Like you're better off with like vintage minis or something. I don't know, just about anything. I think what happens with front wheel drive cars is that you need a tyre model that allows you to overdrive properly. Otherwise, a front wheel drive car won't work at all. No, I've not seen that. I'll have a look. Yeah, TCR is so bad. It's actually ridiculous how awful it is. like Clio Cup's fine. There's lots of front wheel drive cars that are fine. TCR just makes zero sense. It's like some of the Porsche series in like some of the Porsche support races. They just don't make any sense. Like the cars cost like what, 120, 150,000 pounds. It's like, but they're worse than a Radical. They drive worse. They handle worse. The racing is worse. It's just it's just there for branding's sake. Toka Junior Championship. Okay, here we go. I think in real life they might be alright, but I'm just in Sims they're particularly bad. In real life you can have more contact. Jason Murphy, yeah, but you can just play AC. It's a billion times closer than AMS2 is, so. Yeah. I mean, also AMS2 is mostly just Project Cars 2, which is fine. I had a lot of fun with it. Right, what's this? Toka Junior. Oh, these look fun. But the problem is, when it comes to like AMS2, it's got nice AI, looks great, runs well in VR, right? Fantastic. Actually plays it plays out the box with the gamepad, great. The problem is though, as soon as it wants to be a simulator, it wants to be used as a more sort of proper simulator and not a video game. It doesn't really have much in it to play as a video game. You know, it doesn't have like a proper single player. It doesn't have all this stuff. So it wants to be played as a proper simulator. At which point, you then have to go, well, why am I bothering with AMS2 if AC has a billion times better physics, more cars, more tracks? It's like what? It doesn't make any sense, does it? So it's like the only time AMS2 makes sense is if you're coming at it from a position of ignorance as to how good AC is. With iRacing, you've got the online ranking that other sims don't have. So, it's like, well, it makes sense to play. It's got voice chat, it's got some other stuff. It's a difficult thing with sims is when you have a simulator that basically doesn't do anything particularly better than another sim that's half the price and is massively worse than another sim, you have problems. So it's like BeamNG doesn't matter that it's racing or other features might be worse. It does off-road racing better than any other sim. It does crash damage better than any other sim. It does like random sandbox stuff better than any other sim. So it's fine. It makes sense. Euro Truck Sim, the physics aren't the best, but it has a proper. Well, the physics aren't terrible though. For what it does, they're perfectly fine. But it has a really nice maps, environments. It has a really nice single player credit system. It does the gameplay of a truck driving thing really well. So it's not the nicest looking of games. It's a little bit janky in some ways, but it does certain things that no other sim can touch. There's basically, then I guarantee you can't debate. If I try the mod cars, it doesn't matter about them not sliding as much. The fundamental driving technique in that game is as mental as iRacing in a different way. We'll see the next game changing update. In some ways I like AMS2, and I want AMS2 to be good, and I like the work that Reza does, and you can't fault them for trying. You can't fault them for trying, but I'm just being realistic. And the developers were at Velolunga for Kunos, but they weren't. Yeah, no. Yeah, but counter debate. I guarantee you. The problem is with physics engines, you're stuck with the tyre model and the underlying physics. So there's only so much you can massage that to get a certain result from them. That's just how it is. Like, even if you take the best car in iRacing, it still drives like an iRacing car. Even if you take the best car in AC, it still drives like an AC car. Same with planes. Best plane in Microsoft Flight Sim, it still flies like a Microsoft Flight Sim plane because of the math that underlines the physics that the specific object is then based upon is going to be the same. I've seen Stefano's boat game, yeah. Yeah, I didn't mind Project Cars 2. I think on the scale of games in general, I mean, the thing with Project Cars 2, which was awesome, it was on console as well as PC. And it had so many different bits of licensed content, which weren't necessarily in other games. And you could just create and it had loads of really weird bugs in it. But you could just create a lobby easily and race really quickly with people, which you can do in AMS2. But now that it just AC's just come along so like when Project Cars 2 came out, it was before so many more mods and content had come out for AC1. So there was a period, I think, when Project Cars 2 came out, it wasn't, you didn't have like all the AC server hosting stuff, you didn't have all the content manager stuff, you didn't have all the mods, you didn't have all the graphic adjustments, you didn't have all this stuff. So it's sort of on the tail end of when AC 1 has basically sort of started to wind down. Whereas AMS2 has come about at a point in time where AC is like hard to beat. Yeah, but having more fun is going to be tied to the realism of the tyre model. So because more realistic tyres are generally more forgiving. So the reason why I have less fun driving in AMS2, generally speaking, is because it's got slow motion, like the physics of slow motion. It's like driving on snow when it should be like driving on slick tyres on a road. And it's so like sluggish that it just really feels really imprecise and just like it's just mushy. It's like it's bizarre. So if you've got used to handling precise cars in, I mean, even iRacing, as long as you're under the limit, things are precise. No, AMS2 has like weird fanboys that will always love it, so it's fine. But I mean, I've got a few hundred hours in AMS2. Like, it depends what level you're looking at with these games. Like, how are you considering it? Like, most video games, most people will play for like, what, 20 hours, 30 hours and be done with it and be like, oh, that was a good video game. So, like, I mean, to me, I really enjoyed Half-Life Alyx. I thought it was bloody fantastic. Absolutely amazing. Probably one of the best shooters of the last decade. But I only spent 25 hours playing it. Whereas I've spent more time playing AMS2, so you can't. It's like, well, it's on a grand scheme of games and time you spend playing games, it's still very good, but on the sort of weirdo snobby sim racing thing, when you're spending hundreds of hours playing games, it's just not in the same ballpark as AC, for example, or even iRacing. Even though aspects of AMS2 are probably more realistic than iRacing, but still. Also, I mean, AMS2 and iRacing's fanboys are like competing with each other to be the most obnoxious fan bases. Like, AMS2 fan base is like one of the most deluded fan bases. It's insane. Same with iRacing. Whereas AC's fan base are all people driving around motorways and they don't care, and they're people doing drifting. Well, it's hard, Slender Man, because cost and experience. I think you're a bit delayed in the live stream. The thing with software is it's infinitely duplicable. I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird though how cost and experience works. Yeah, like even when you're talking about value, time, even when you're talking about time to value for an artistic thing, something can have a very strong artistic impact even if you're only experiencing it for a short period of time. I mean, like, look at films. I mean, even if you've watched a film 3 times, I mean, I've seen the original Star Wars films, what, twice? But obviously, you sort of think of like the Star Wars universe. Obviously, it's because of all the marketing and other bollocks around it, but yeah, the sort of artistic impact of something, it can be separate to how much time you spend doing it. So even using the value to time metric can be argued as not necessarily the most important thing. Like Portal 1 and 2, I really enjoyed them, and they only take like 8 to 15 hours to complete. Quietly slid away. And honestly, AMS2 fans are meant... The only 3 fan bases have sent me death threats. AMS2, iRacing, and ACC. I've never received a death threat from Euro Truck Sim fans, AC fans, Flight Sim fans. You know, so I mean, you really have to wonder, don't you? And believe me, I have slagged off Euro Truck Sim trying to park a lorry for like 5 hours. I got pretty good at it in the end. And I've slagged off Flight Sim a load whilst playing like stupid stuff in Flight Sim. What's the new Moser firmware? Did they just release a new one? Is there anything notable in it I should know about? Oh, let's have a look. I've got my finger on the pulse. Let's update it and break it. Moser Pit House, here we go. Game changing. It's such bollocks. I bet it is. Let's see. Where is this? How do I update? How do I force an update? I literally just downloaded it yesterday because it was broken. How do you force an update? Oh, here we go. Check for updates. App mode. Latest firmware. Already latest firmware. The wheel has a new firmware. What about the software? Let's just launch it through Windows. Moser. Yeah, it's a weird one with art and how relevant things are. Well, how long have we got? We've got 15 minutes until the next race. Where is it? Have you got a link to it on their website? How do you know where it's the beta? Right, let's see. I didn't get this email. I get Moser emails get filtered by my. It always thinks it's spam, which is pretty funny because you know, people use our Moser affiliate link all the time. So I think Moser stuff's good actually. I quite like it. I can't find it. Well, most of the time, these things are just actually not really big updates. I honestly can't find it. Are you sure there's like... I can't even find it on their website. If I go to the Moser website, they have the drivers, but they don't have like I'll run their installer and see what happens. Welcome. Yeah, I don't know how you get the beta. I can't. There's no like download link for it. It says on the Moser Discord. Moser Racing Fan Club. On the Moser Racing Fan Club, okay. What? Discord is such a bad way to organise information. Right. Where is it on the announcements? Okay, announcements. Thanks for letting me know about this. Here we go. Ready for serious upgrade. The Moser R12DD base just got an impressive boost with our latest Gen 3 algorithm. This beast! Is this from AI that they've typed this? This beast! It just says upgrade what? There's no software download. Right. Precision tune dynamic force feedback. This is just marketing. Yeah, this is just marketing. I don't think they've there's no link to a download, so yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there. Wow. If you find a link to it, we can give it a go. So I'm gonna get a cup of tea before this next race starts. It's starting in 5 minutes. Oops. So I'll be back in a second. Thanks everyone for clicking the like button. Back in a minute. Whew. Hello, filing account. This is normally a total crash fest. Okay, here we go. We need a new poll. I will. What should we go for? Top 10. plus 10 I rating maybe. Let's go for plus 10 I rating. We'll see where we qualify.
Green flag.
Oh dear. Great! Noodled the curb man.
Your first time lap.
Bing bonged the sausage. Someone put a banana on my wheel. Yeah, but I don't know where to get the beta one from, Counterbait, you bloody muppet. Thanks for your great contribution. That's it. That's a didgeridoo. I mean, come on. Moza has like a weird system of beta codes that you can input in as well. Why would it be in the beta if they've just announced that the new firmware's out? Like, why announce the R12 has new firmware, but then it's only in the beta that no one will be able to access. So that doesn't make any sense, does it? Nonsense. Yeah, is that the correct beta test code though? Because there's multiple beta test codes for different things. Turning the frogs guy. They're turning the frogs guy. Alex Jones is mental. I think the frogs were born gay. The first sim I played, I don't know, Nigel Mansell's World Tour, something on the touch, Stunt Racer 3D. I don't know. Mario Kart. I don't trust. I don't take advice from men that upload videos of their their wife's bottom on the internet. The least trustworthy people. Right. Poll pot. Choose prediction outcome. We did gain 20 R rate in the last one. Ah. Okay, we'll do this one. Here we go. You ready, guys? Gain top 10, top 5. Let's go for top. Where did we qualify? Last. Oh, we're only 4 seconds off the pace. It's fine. Top 10. Top 10. Top 10, guys. Here we go. We can make this happen. You're feeling lucky, punk.
iRacing is the most advanced and comprehensive racing simulation software in the world. It's also the most realistic. Yeah, Guinness 00. That's Kong Strong. It's the real Kong Strong. Yeah, look, counter debate. You're missing the point. Why have they put it in there when it's the release? Firmware, that's 8th of the 12th. So that's not a few days ago. But we can try it. Speed dependent damping options. Oh, new hands off mode. Okay.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following, Sarat. Welcome.
The estimated strength of field is 3,700.
Oh, it's time for some carnage.
A lot
Yeah,
of
but
opportunities today. Head down. Pick
as
your
I
battle.
say, counter debate, they just promoted it with their new wheelbase, so it's just weird for them to do it in that order. Well, I'm ready. I'm ready for this.
Still waiting on 2 cars to grid. Waiting on the final car to grid.
Here we go.
flag, green flag. Right side. Still there. You're on the left, 3 wide. Car right, 2 wide. Still there, hold your line. You're on the left, 3 wide. Still hold. Right side, 2 wide. Stay on the left.
I really appreciate the car on the inside forcing me to drive off the track to avoid him. Oh, he's car number 1. I should just let him go through. My mistake.
Car on your left. Stay on the right. Clear.
Well, not sure where he's going.
Car right. Clear. Car right. There's an incident ahead. Still there. Clear. Right side. Keep to the left. Clear on the right.
Actually been a reasonably clean race so far.
Car on your left. Stay on the
What an
right.
idiot. He's only made that because I hate iRacing. So shit. If you drive properly, they're ramming you. 100% ramming you. So you have to leave it open. Oh, fuck. Just the way you have to drive in this is so dumb. So moronic. There it
Go
is.
right.
I just like I knew that's what he was going to do to me previously, and so it's so stupid. No, you turn the tyre sounds up in iRacing.
The car in P2,
So you can
just
hear
inside
the
flat,
tyre skid.
21.848. That was your fastest lap of the
Yeah,
session.
but this isn't real life. In real life, you can feel where the slip of the tyre is through your body, through the G-forces. You can feel lateral load and vertical, everything. Vertical, lateral, you know what I mean, horizontal, whatever. The reason you turn the tyre skid sound up is because iRacing, I mean, it's not got the worst mid force feedback for mid-corner grip, but you use the tyres as a reference. The tyre skid sound as a reference for if you're actually on the where you're at on the tyre. So if iRacing had better force feedback, it wouldn't be as vital. But yeah, in a real car, you can really feel, in most cases, you can really feel where the tyres are at through your body because the G load increases and decreases dependent on how much grip the tyres have. Unfortunately, iRacing's force feedback isn't as good as some other sims force feedback for where the tyres are at. It's not the worst. Also, iRacing's tyres don't allow you to drive over the limit naturally, so you really have to avoid the limit. You really have to stay under the limit in iRacing because the tyres get stuck over the limit because they overheat, flash overheat. So you really want to have the sound turned on to give you a reference for where the tyres are at. And at least with iRacing, they have made it so the tyre scrub sound gets progressively louder.
Left side.
Is he kidding? Is he actually joking? I've just had to move. That's another time.
Clear.
I've just had to move out of his way twice, and he's wrecked the. Oh my giddy heart! Honestly, this sim is insane. If you were to defend in the most normal way, you're punted. So you have to just watch the mirror and move out the way of the guy that you know is inevitably going to punt you otherwise. That's how you play iRacing. That is how it works. That is I'm not racing. Your choice. Hot lap so that you're not racing anyone and you're just pulling away from everyone. Fine. If you want to actually race, your choice is get wrecked by the driver that is aggressive and can't actually handle the car, and you defend and drive totally normally, holding totally normal lines that aren't the racing line but defensive line, but you get wrecked, or pull over and you'll get to finish the race. That's the that's how it works. That's it. That's iRacing in a nutshell. The choices.
Slow car on the right. There's an incident ahead. Slow car ahead.
Oh dear. Then you can live stream it, and when you move out the way, what you'll get is people going, "Ah, no, it was a really good overtake that they did because you moved out the way so they didn't wreck you," or they wreck you, and you'll have people in the chat going, "Oh well, you should have qualified higher." That's the story. That's the Chronicles of iRacing. It's like the Chronicles of Narnia, but with cars that slide all over the place. Oh dear. Credit to the yellow car. I did a good overtake there. Did actually overtake without killing anyone. The Mercedes Virtual Championship, I think it's quite a good idea by them having you only take part in one of the sims if you take part in it, but it's nice that it's something that it's aimed to allow people in that aren't necessarily super mega alien esport pros. I think that's nice because otherwise, you really don't have a chance to take part. And yeah, the fact that it's in GT, ACC, iRacing, and hopefully in the future, if they do another one, hopefully they do even more sims. I think that's a really nice idea that rather than it only just being in a single sim. Are you kidding? Fucking iRacers are just so shit. Wait, Why? These idiots. Every race. Why would you just drive into me, you moron? Why? Why? Idiot. I mean, just... Why? Fucking this... It's shit. Fuck. Right, I'm not playing this. Shit. Right, we're playing AC. Fucking iRacing. So... Could be so good. Could be good, but it's so shit. It doesn't need to be shit. Just so badly moderated and so a terrible simulator at times. Jesus Christ, we're playing AC. Fucking iRacing. iRacing is only good when you're not racing. You know, when you're not actually driving against anyone, then it's fine. As soon as you're doing any form of actual driving, it breaks completely. Ridiculous. Right. Let's get this server up. Textbook. Yeah, you know, he'll have spun because of the tyre model. Will have gone over the limit and he'll have got stuck in a slide. So he'll have spun, and then the contact he had with us from driving off it is probably because probably a mixture of netcode, and then the damage we'll have got will be iRacing's complete dice roll damage. It's so dumb. It's and there's nothing else with lots of people in it. So dumb. It's just so monumentally stupid. Yeah. At no point was there the trail of traffic stopping as well. That's the thing. He was just like, oh yeah, no, now I'll roll forwards. Chris Wilson. Yeah, here I am playing it because there's no other bloody game with active online large numbers of people in it. So yeah. The point is, it's unnecessarily bad. That's the frustration. It could be so much better with some really small tweaks. And saying no worse than any other racing title, well, patently does have its own issues, which we point out. So, you know, Simon, it doesn't really matter if you're I'm on a single monitor. You just, you know. He'll have spun because of the tyres being stupid over the limit. You know it. You just know it. You can't win. I need to get vintage. We need a better track. Oh, we can put the German one on to start with. It's just like I unfortunately I'm very experienced at iRacing now, so I know that that other people that are less experienced, they don't necessarily know about pushing the brake and the accelerator at the same time when the car gets into an uncatchable state. They don't know about that because they're assuming that it's realistic. The brake accelerator catches, you can do that in real cars, but they don't know that you have to do it sooner in iRacing than you would do in a real car. You wouldn't do it in a real car, you just counter steer. But like, so people don't know about that because they think the physics are fine. Then the slide in the first place that people tend to get into on tight corners, which are ridiculous because the tyres have gone over, is pretty much ridiculous. So it causes so many of those accidents. Then you know that they're just going to drive into, and then you know it's going to have the random damage where sometimes it does nothing to you, other times it rips your wheel off. Totally randomly, not even based off what you actually saw happen on your screen. So then you know that you have to move out the way of the cars that are going to punt you. There's nothing else with people in it all the time, Star Fox. There's nothing else. We're trapped. People do dumb driving in everything. Apparently, let's get this server up here. Yeah, iRacing Purgatory. You're just stuck. Right, here we go. Okay, I'm putting this on the Game of Muscle server. Chris Wilson, you said, what do you drive professionally? Because I talk to lots of professional drivers as well, and people that run sim centres, and I've been involved with sim racing for 20 years, and iRacing themselves are currently trying to fix their tyre model, really replace the tyre model, because it's so obviously fundamentally broken. The netcode stuff is so obviously fixed in or works fundamentally better in sims from 15 years ago. R-Factor 2, R-Factor 1, Race Room. So, the loads of the stuff that I pointed out for years, there's no it's not really set up. It's not their setup of the game. You're always going to get bad drivers. That's fine, but this is normally, it doesn't matter what split you're in. So these are people that have spent many hundreds of hours playing iRacing. So that doesn't make much sense. And it's not the setup. It's the people will always do mistakes, obviously, in everything. But for a good example of this is the grass for years was always absolute worst case rear wheel grass. For years, it was the grass in iRacing was basically what you would expect slick tyres to behave like on worst case scenario wet grass, right? And I would say for 5-6 years, I'd be like, guys, this is not realistic unless you're talking about wet grass or worst case. And obviously people go, well, you don't drive real cars, how would you know? And I'd say B, if the grass is more slightly more grippy and the cars don't just slide across it into the wall or back into the track, it will make the racing better, regardless of realism. It will be more realistic, but it'll make the racing better. Well, I was told don't know what I'm talking about, I'm an idiot, blah, blah, blah. And then they add rain to the game, so they then have to go, oh, hang on a minute, we need the grass to be more slippy when it's wet, but the grass is already on minimum grip levels, and the gravel somehow is even less grippy. So, oh shit, we've got rain now, so it wouldn't make sense for the grass to be as grippy in the wet as it is in the dry. So they then made the grass like you would expect grass to generally be like in a race car, in that ballpark. And lo and behold, the races ended up getting a way, way, way cleaner, way grippier. And the racing was way cleaner because people could drive off the track to avoid crashes rather than driving off the track and then insta-spinning when they rejoined due to the grip difference between the grass and the tarmac, or sliding off into a wall. But obviously I made that up and I didn't know what I was talking about. So when they fixed it, people are just like, oh yeah, they just accept it. Once it's actually good, they don't come back and go, oh yeah, Game of Muscle, you were completely right. And it's the same with all these things that I point out with driving sims. They're just really basic stuff. They're not I'm just saying exactly how it is. I'm top level stuff that's really obvious to anyone that plays lots of simulators. It's ridiculous. But anyway, what do I know? iRacing is, the thing is, it's fine. It is what it is. It's its own game. It is the crashing and stuff is entertaining, and the silliness of it actually in some ways does actually make it more fun in some ways because it's more funny. But you can't defend it. That's the thing. There's no there's no like someone has to go. Well, you can say it's more entertaining how it is. That's fine, but you can't deny the absolute insanity of how the tyres are at the limit, or how the cars don't drive like cars. It's fun. I've learned how to drive it.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the Normalist. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation.
Yeah, I'm not saying
even
I'm not saying that you don't. You're saying that I don't know anything. But okay, first of all, you don't compare your real-world driving with driving. What are you driving in real life for a start? Because there's loads of people that go, they're pro drivers, but then it turns out they drive an MX-5 or something, or they do some club racing. Not to undermine that, it's better than anything I would ever do. But yeah, so like, like the thing is, it's like there's a difference between being a real world race driver and someone that races in F2 or does, you know, I mean, not that people could be really good in lower series and stuff, but having been, unfortunately, I'm not really into motorsport that much. I like sim racing, but unfortunately I have friends that are really into motorsport. People that buy race cars and stuff, and so I listen to their stupid stories about motorsport, and I'm around, I do talk to people in race teams and things because I'm just around it because I like sim racing, but I'm not. The whole motorsport is just so crazy. So anyway, but yeah, you can't. I don't know what you're even saying. I don't know what you're saying. You can't. You don't compare real world driving with a driving game or play. Well, they are totally different things. That's fine. Hang on. What do you mean you can get the car, any car, to feel just how you want it to feel? But I don't know how you want it to feel. So that doesn't mean anything to me, does it, or anyone? The thing is, the expectation of a driving sim is for it to be realistic, right? So you expect tyres to be controllable at the limit like real car tyres. And if they're not, it's going to cause more accidents. It's going to cause lots of weird stuff to happen, which is going to be just bizarre. That's what you see over and over again. I enjoy rally. No, I like watching motorsport. I'm just not. So you have motorsport spectators, which I'm not really one of them. Well, I like watching racecraft, but there's very little of it in a lot of motorsport, unfortunately, because it's just so expensive to get into. So I will actually occasionally I'll watch like F2. I like watching the Radical series. I watch Indy 500. I watch Endurance Race. I do watch motorsport probably more than your average person, but I'm not like I like racing. I like doing sim racing. I would do racing occasionally if I was rich enough, but most motorsport is just stupid. Like, it's so rigged by cost. It's just so, like, yeah, I do like rally and stuff, but I think rally's got stupid as well. It used to be like, you know, you'd have way more manufacturers in it, and I think the cars were more interesting to watch. And there's the Game of Muscle servers up if you want to join it. Is this business? But yeah, unfortunately, I think so I'm not like a big I'm not a sports fan in general. I'm not a spectator, if that makes sense. I don't mind watching football or whatever sport happens to be on if I was with a group of friends or something. But I'm not into supporting teams and things. I just like the thing that's happening at that moment that might be good. Like, same with skiing and things. But I don't think it's unreasonable for a sim, any sim, that's marketed as being realistic to within the 20 years that it's been out. Right, you're just saying you like the feeling of iRacing. Well, which feeling of iRacing? Because it's certainly not the feeling of driving at the limit, because it doesn't. Like I think you can have fun playing iRacing, and the force feedback lines up with when the tyres are slipping, the force feedback gets lighter, but it doesn't have any real feel. If you're talking about force feedback feeling, I don't know, but like the tyres are so sloppy in iRacing, it's very drawn out. But you can like that. That's fine. I prefer how iRacing drives to AMS2 myself, because it's more direct and responsive, but that's just all subjective stuff. The bad decisions and mistakes we have to deal with is due to setting up the game. No, I know you're not having a go at me. I'm just arguing. But it's not. I don't think it is due to setting up the game. Because it's just, you can't get around you have to just, so I found this out, like iRacing is so different to other simulators and any real car I've ever driven, which isn't many, but I've had to learn the very narrow, specific iRacing interpretation of what driving is. Which I've mostly learnt, but then that means I'm very aware, like in that last race we did, I know there's no point properly defending the inside line into the corkscrew, because the car in front of me on the right that I could go ahead into will just turn into me as if I'm not there, because they have no awareness and they hot lap. And if I'm on the inside, which would be the right thing to do for the car, it would be the right thing to do. You're then going to have to brake more ridiculously to avoid the random damage in the netcode from the car on the outside, which will then allow the car behind anyway to go around the outside within the context of iRacing. Even though the car on the inside is not even close enough to do a safe pass, I know that if I'm on the right-hand side and I know he can't do a safe pass, because iRacing is actually because the tyres are so drawn out, you know exactly what is and isn't possible. You just, because you've done it so many times. So I'm on the right hand side. I know he can't make the inside line. So I know when he does that move that he does, I know I have to actually actively turn out of the corner massively, because I preemptively know that otherwise he will understeer into me and damage my car. And it'll be random and it'll just be the end of the race. So I've had to memorise, you have to memorise these binary scenarios that are totally abstract from real world, what you would do in real life, really. I mean, you can claim that aspects of it are similar, because you don't want to get ploughed in real life. People still drive terribly in real life, but forget real life, you have to drive in a way that's like no other racing simulator. And as I said, the choice, you can break it down into hot lap, so that you're in the top 4 or 5 within 7/10 of pace and never race anyone, basically, and you're just hot lapping in the race. Or you can pull over if a car behind you is an overly ridiculous driver, or someone that's similar pace or slower than similar pace or slightly faster than you. Don't ever defend them unless you categorically know that driver, you know they're not an idiot. But that's very rare. That's like 1 in 10. You just have to pull over and let them go through. Otherwise, it will be a wreck. Like 9 out of 10 times, it will be a randomised wreck, and that's it, race over for you, which I don't think is very fun. Whereas what it should be is, oh good, there's a faster car behind me. I now need to defend legally, not blocking or ramming, and it's going to be really fun how they work their way past us. It's going to be really exciting. Or when I'm a faster car behind a slower car, that's the fun part of racing. that's the interesting part. That's what makes racing fun, is when you're in a faster car behind a slower car, or you're battling someone that's an equal pace and you're side by side, which occasionally does happen in iRacing. Very rarely though, because there's so much shit in it of the tyres getting stuck over the limit, lack of moderation, all of it comes together to basically mean it's not racing, which is really frustrating because it's the most popular and active simulator, so it's got the most number of people in it, which would otherwise mean it's the most likely that you would actually get good racing. So type !! server. Game of knowledge. But yeah, so that's why it's as someone that's like, I like racing, the actual thing of racing, and I like sim racing. I know, Kevin. It's just a bit like everyone knows the lecture, everyone knows the story. We all know it, but unfortunately, a large proportion of sim racers don't. iRacing shows its fault more than others due to huge player base. Well, that would be the opposite, Chris. If you've got a ranked system, you are more likely to be racing with other people, so that would mitigate the issue of driving against shit drivers in many ways. But that's also separate to if something's got faults or not. Like it's not about it showing them. If it fundamentally has faults, yeah, I mean, I partially agree with what you're saying, but if it's fundamentally got massive physics issues that cause, like I say, the slippy grass caused a lot of crashes, which now don't happen because they fixed it. So a lot of it, there's a weird thing where people, so I think because part of it requires a bit of creativity or the knowledge of how things can be better. And so if someone hasn't played, maybe they don't have a history of doing game design and stuff, or they haven't played Sims for 20 years, or they've not played basically every sim on the market for over 200 hours, they might not be as aware of how broken one thing is relative to another thing. So there's a tendency for iRacers to, and fanboys of any game, it's not an iRacer thing, there's a tendency for people that only play their game to have a blind spot to really big issues with their game because they aren't aware of those issues and how those issues comparatively are worse than other things because they don't have the experience to see it. So that, and then they also want to role play that they're real drivers, and there's this whole thing. But you say iRacing shines in league racing, but it doesn't, because every sim would shine in league racing, and that would negate the one point of iRacing, which is jump-in matchmaking. If you're going to do a league, it makes no sense to do it in iRacing. Really, like it's like, why would you ignore the one feature of a piece of software that it does better than other software and then put up with all the terrible things? It doesn't make any sense. If you're going to do league racing, you'd be way better off using rFactor 2, AC, Simon Orr, there are. But the problem is, they have to be, for ranked systems to work in any video game, they actually have to be done in the game. Unless a game has millions of players, you have to have the ranked system in the game. So like LMU puts it in the menu, so that means that even though LMU only has like 500 active players, through most time of the day, you're going to have at least 20 people to race. You can just type Game of Muscle and the server should come up. Anyway, sim racing. mean, iRacing just is what it is, but it's so, like, so frustrating for no reason. The thing is, iRacing in some ways benefits, and all Sims, they benefit from the Arma 2 thing, where you have to spend like many hours to get somewhat okay at a sim. Right, and then you're never really testing the car contacts, a lot of the physics stuff. The actual game mechanics aren't being tested. So, for example, in Arma, the shooting mechanics, the player collision mechanics, and the netcode are not tested that much because most of the time when you're playing it, you're just moving a 3D model through a forest or something. And then the actual shooting at enemies is a really small fraction of the time that you're playing it. So, as a result, Arma gets away with shockingly bad netcode, shockingly bad AI, shockingly bad player movement and stuff. A whole bunch of stuff is completely awful. It's worse than many 90s games, right? But players are not. They so little time is spent actually interacting with the shooting and stuff that they don't really notice it. Whereas if it was Counter-Strike or Quake or something, or a direct FPS, it would be like, you'd be like, well, this game's shit, it's totally unplayable because the netcode doesn't work and the hit detection doesn't work and the player movement doesn't work, right? Driving sims benefit from that because so many people that play iRacing or any sim, they can barely drive the cars because it's just a reasonably hard skill to do in the first place. And so then whenever they are next to another car, they get really excited, and then there's a crash and they're like, oh, it's my fault, or it was unlucky or whatever, and then they don't realise, they're not aware how much of the specifics of the car contact or the slide that they got into at the limit, they're not aware of how much of it was down to what are fundamentally broken parts of a simulator. So the game gets away with having like really broken mechanics because a lot of the player base are incapable of realising that they are so messed up. And then even worse, you get people that just play one video game, this applies to all games, and they memorise everything that is or isn't possible within that game, and then they internalise it to the extent that it then makes sense to them, and then they're like, oh, there's no problem here because they've just memorised it, but they're not consciously aware of what they've memorised. So they then proselytise what they've then internalised as actually a completely mental framework, but they're not aware that it's mental because they've struggled through it and internalised it to the point where it makes sense. It's like, it is literally indoctrination. But in the case of games, it'll be some arbitrary bullet spray, netcode, tie model, whatever. So, oh dear. It is. This is a known, as I said before, this is a known issue when you do games development, where developers, when they're working on random games, they will think their game is perfectly fine and easy to play, but it's just that they've play tested it 1 billion times, so they don't know what it's like for your average person to play it. So that, and Sims struggle with this as much as anything else, but all these concepts though are just going to be beyond people that aren't necessarily interested in games design or don't really think about these sorts of things that much because they've got better things to do with their life. We need to try the new force feedback here. But anyway, with iRacing though, the big shame is I really want to enjoy it. Sometimes I do. Like it is categorically entertaining, but it's so annoying. They could genuinely have something so much better with such minor changes. It's even on a game development perspective compared to other video games. So like the stuff they could do that would have a big impact relative to the budget, the user base, all this stuff. Oh dear. Like you look at how much work bloody LMU developers have had to put into that game with the resources they have, and compare it to iRacing. Like the amount of work that LMU devs, for example, have had to put in over the last year is ridiculous. It's like 10 times as much as what iRacing have achieved over 15 years. No, they used R-Factor 2, but I'm talking about the specific work that they've done subsequent to them acquiring R-Factor 2. Just it's hard to compare dev to dev, but like in terms of tangible stuff, it's like iRacing is so excruciatingly slow with like the most minor of things. But, you know, I mean, unless there's competition, that's just how it'll be. That's not to say that iRacing, obviously, on the development side, they'll be working really hard. Yeah, things are complicated, but in a normal, reasonable world, iRacing would have already have fixed their tyre model probably 8 or 9 years ago. Because if you're doing a realistic simulator, tyres that get stuck at the limit should just not be acceptable, right? That should have been done, like, that should be #1 priority for the most realistic sim. That's hard, but fine. Given that R-Factor 1 had already done it mostly, okay. So that would be one thing. And then you would have thought, at what point would they have, like, actually gone to a game engine that leverages modern computer hardware that most people are using to play the game? It's weird. Like they're like 10 years behind where they should be in terms of strategic decisions. Well, yeah, that's the thing, Mina Yas. Yeah, it's pretty funny, isn't it? Yeah, there's no financial benefit. They might as well not bother. Honestly, it's like the AMS2 stuff, right? They could do the most minor of changes, but if you do like a really long development post saying that you've done all this like crazy stuff, or even you just describe what you've actually done, which will be a lot of work still, but even if it was really minor stuff, like just some tweaks of some variables and you know, maybe some updated content, but you made like a big mountain out of it with a developer post with wireframe pictures of tyres. You know that people the user base will lap it up, and if you have that user base paying a monthly subscription, they'll all be like, oh wow, so glad I'm paying monthly subscription for this. So much of it's just utterly irrational. Well, the GT7 thing's weird again as well. I don't even know what's... Yeah, I played it and it was just like, well, it still has the clipping force feedback and weird stuff. Not that GT7's terrible, but it's just like... I think GT7, right, the physics are generally okay. I don't understand why the force feedback is so bad. Like, why doesn't it have more dynamic range to it? It's something a developer could do really quite easily. I think maybe they just don't care. It's just it's a gamepad game. That's the impression I get. Because it really is quite strange, because it could genuinely... GT7 doesn't drive awfully. Like, the cars kind of, you know, they drive generally like cars. It's just the force feedback's always in some kind of weird mega clippy state. Meaning, not publicly, but obviously developers of Sims know that their games all have shortcomings and aren't perfect, and they're all hostage to where they happen to be with their current model. So, but you can't, you're not as a business going to go, oh yeah, our game's broken in this way. You know, why would you do that? What they will admit to, though, is when they do updates, you'll see this from Sims. Every time they do an update, they'll go, oh, it turned out that we had this problem and we managed to isolate it and fix it in this update. And it's like, well, you'll have obviously, they will have known, normally, not always, but most of the time, they will have known about the issue for years, and they can only mention that it's an issue when they fixed it in an update to then basically add credence to the update. It's so stupid. Yeah, well, I mean, shader patch is mental, isn't it? You've got, like, one guy that's like, right, I'm going to create an automated rally pace note system using AI voices, and it will work on every track. Oh, okay, done. That's that done. Right, I'm going to add rain and full weather system to a game that doesn't have it. Right, that's that done. Right, we're going to make it so that you can... We've got full particle effects to a game that doesn't have... Ah, that's that done. Right, we're going to add grass to this that runs efficiently and fills out the whole scenery with grass. It's also animated and physics collidable. Done that. Right, and compare that to iRacing that, like, add some, like, tufts of grass to their simulator and try and make a big thing out of it, and the grass doesn't even work properly. You know, it's not collidable. It doesn't. It runs slow, and they're like, "Oh my god, guys!" But in fairness, you know, Ilya's like a genius, so it's all very well and good. I couldn't do any of it, so I'm not knocking the iRacing programmers. They'd be 10 times more intelligent than me, so you know. And you're kind of the difficulty of a project depends on the framework that you're operating within. So, like, it's, you know, it's like if a programmer been asked to fix some, like, antiquated accountancy software, that's actually a harder job in some ways than building a new piece of software, because the old code could be terrible. Yeah, well, also there's a lot more freedom. So if it's a company that's large, when it comes to games development, you have the problem of the whole politics and everything having to work together and all the structures and all this stuff. Whereas if you're an independent developer, the fewer there are, the more nimble you can be, which has a huge effect on development. So the more technically complex something is, the smaller the team and the more direct connection to management or the decision maker is, it accelerates development massively. Because you also have to, it's like when you're doing, so programmers often get framed as not being creative, which I think is a big mistake. And you have to think, like, for creative people, if you have to report your creativity to someone that goes yes or no, that utterly stifles creativity. It ruins everything. Like, it ruins the motivation, it ruins the spirit, it ruins the spontaneity, it ruins that momentum and that energy that you get if you're doing a creative project on your own. If you're producing music by yourself and you can go, oh, this is shit, I'm going to start again, or I'm going to try this other thing, or try this other thing. If each time you were like, oh, actually, this is probably the solution, it's something different, or I need to do this, need to do that. If each time you have to check with a superior to go, oh, can we do this way, maybe do it this way, or maybe do it this way, each time you have to check, you've lost the momentum of the curiosity and the energy of trying that different thing and quickly resolving it, or maybe testing it and finding out that the original way was a better way to do it. And, you know, even just asking the person means that you kind of have to go, oh, I know it's a bit risky because I need to make sure this new way is actually going to be a good thing and not a waste of their time to ask them. So that structure, that business structure, or just lots of people, even in bands this is a problem when you've got 4 people in a band instead of just a single artist. That structure absolutely stifles development massively. So this is the thing. Communist sim racer. Yeah, I know. This corner on this track is just death. Speed goat. Wow. Yeah, just casually. Exactly, Shumi. That's the important thing to do, is ignore all the negative stuff. Maybe, run out of petrol. All the destabilization, the massive interventions, the propping up of other regimes, the direct destruction of... That's how I win all arguments. I ignore all the negatives of one side to support my argument. It's business. My didgeridoo's on the floor. Sorry if that's disrespectful to Australian breakdancers. This is Lederhosen. What track is this called? Fielderberg. It's on the Game of Muscle server. Here we go. We need to get the... There's another track that's like this. I can't remember what it's called. I need to upload it to the server. What's the story behind the Aussie Olympic dancing mess? Well, first of all, it wasn't a mess. She's a genius dancer. So what happened is breakdancing got put in the Olympics, even though it's kind of like a new... Well, it's not a new thing, but like it was one of those fringe things. The Australian woman is like... supposedly she's like some like wealthy, overprivileged student, or someone that writes about I can't even explain it. anyways, apparently she got into it through sort of nepotism and weird connections, and then she decided to do some like completely ridiculous moves, and she's not that good of a breakdancer compared to other people that are supposedly much better at breakdancing. So because her moves were hilarious, she became she's like a joke. But I think it's unfair to mock. I liked her moves. I don't care that she got. Yeah, I don't care that people. The thing is, people didn't appreciate her moves. Well, it's hard to explain. It's very confusing. You're awful in this car. As it should be. Don't worry about it. No, she did like a kangaroo move, a snake move. I actually think it was quite good dance, to be honest. The only downside is that potentially she deprived a more talented dancer from taking part. But I thought she was good. Like her moves are hilarious. And now there's people saying, she's undermined the breakdancing scene because people are just talking about her rather than the really good competitors. And it's like, look, no one was going to talk about the breakdancing. No one was going to talk about breakdancing, I'm afraid. Like nobody cares. Like, if anything, she'll have drawn more attention to the better breakdancers because people will see her moves and they'll go, oh, I wonder what a good breakdancer looks like. So, you know what I mean? So, because it's not like breakdancing is new. People have been breakdancing since like the 70s or 80s at least. So yeah, well, as long as the only thing is, hopefully she's not like she doesn't genuinely think she's some like really good pro breakdancer, but she probably does. But still, I'm gonna laugh at it. Because it was entertaining, and to be honest, at the end of the day, what's better, that hilarious dance or someone that's done a really good break dance? Like, really, from a viewer's perspective, what's better, going, oh wow, that's really impressive dancing, I could never do that, it's really clever what you've managed to pull off, awesome job, or lol. What's a better priority? Appreciating a skilled dance that's really talented to pull off, or laughing at someone dancing terribly? Which is better entertainment value from a spectator's standpoint? I think laughing at someone. She can still dance better than me though, so in fairness. I also think dance is inherently quite a funny thing. Because it is absurd, isn't it? Like, by its very nature, all dancing is not how you normally move. So whoops. Dance shouldn't be competitive. Why not? What about all the floor gym stuff? Well, I think the whole Olympics thing is just a bit weird. As I said before, I think, like, the fact is, when you get to like super mega top, you know, the top people, the reason they're the best is going to be predominantly arbitrary timing and genetics at that level. So, and by arbitrary timing, I mean the Olympic happened to take place when that person happened to be at their peak fitness relative to the other people that were also at peak fitness within the same genetic category. So it's a bit of a weird thing to like be so precious about. Like, still enjoy it. Like, it's a cool. It can be awesome and be like, oh, it's amazing. But you know, I think we should be precious about critical thinking, education, science education, teaching, and healthcare and housing and those sorts of things. Something like the Olympics should be like, oh, that's you know, that's fun. Yeah, but Bram, the thing is that there's lots of people taking part, isn't there? So, yeah, for some athletes, the timing is going to fall into their biological perfect. Because we're taking, you're taking the best of the best. So the margin is going to be so small that the bigger thing is going to be the biological component and just arbitrary components, because they're all at such a high level. And it's not like, oh, Bob has out-trained John or, do you know what I mean? They're both training so ridiculously refined with such ridiculous sciences now. Those margins in the past, they would have. It is effectively a lottery draw of people that are very hard working, but for those competitors, it is effectively a lottery draw. It's not a lottery draw for everyone in society. It's a lottery draw for the group of people that specifically decided to enter into the event that was specifically suited to them, that had the lowest amount of competition. And then out of those people, it's basically a lottery draw. Because of the science is so refined now and the training is so refined, that's the thing. Which is fine, but you just have to go, well, you know, like you can look at like the like look at all the Olympic swimmers. Do you not think that they all were training to insane levels, and all in terms of the effort and skill that they put into it, that they weren't all effectively justifiably, you know, it's not like they outskilled the other person for swimming. Oh, sorry, I think I broke a bit unpredictably there. Woo! Ow. Bonk. It's getting very physical. What do you mean? Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah. Yeah, but do you not think that they're all mentally strong? But that's also going to be... mental strength is also genetic as well. So you don't go, right, I'm going to train mental strength more than the other person. They will all be training the same mental strength fortitude. And again, it would come down to experience of doing lots of competitive events. And at that level, they've normally done a lot of events or previous Olympics. And so they are more like maybe less affected by it or more whatever. So again, these are all factors outside of the direct intention, or I say they're all like insane athletes, but the winner, the fixation on the winner at the end of the day is a bit of a weird. Outside of just going, oh, it all came together for you, did an amazing job, that's fantastic, and there'll be a lot that. The thing is, there will be like a whole bunch of competitors that would absolutely be equally deserving of gold in terms of if you were to evaluate based on intent and what they actually did. It's not going to be just one. And then so much of it is genetics. I mean, it's just so obvious. Like you couldn't see the different body types in the different events. Weirdly, basketball players tend to be quite tall. Pretty much universally. There's a few exceptions. Weirdly, when it comes to running the 100 meters, there's a hyper-specific physique that's going to be the optimal physique for being able to run 100 meters quickly. And you can't, I guess you could have surgery. The ultimate committed athlete. I need to be exactly 6'1.3" to have a chance to win here. I mean, even the long distance running stuff, the genetic preference to people with the oxygen capacity is. Right, and then you could look at Tour de France and like the doping stuff, which was I think geared around faster recovery, but also increasing the VO2 max and stuff. And that a small edge, such a tiny edge on that, is enough for you to win, because we're such a ridiculous granularity for so many sports that you have basically just pushed it down to the genetics being a very important component, if not the biggest component. It would depend on the sport, though. I'd imagine the more complex the sport, the more opportunity there will be for an individual athlete to have their own thing, if that makes sense. So stuff like tennis, for example. I mean, fitness will obviously be a massive component, but yeah, the more skill-based an activity is, the more room there will be outside of just base genetics. I don't think it is just longer legs. I think that it's a specific height because it'll be to do with the maximal. It'll be to do with the maximal potential for muscle fibre in a human to deliver the to move the leg forwards. They'll be, you know what I mean? They'll be like. Otherwise, you just have super tall people in running. Also, it'll be like power to weight and everything. Oh, I've got another lap here.
Oh, Thomas Schmidt's chasing me down. Typical Schmidt. The cobbles are well slippy in AC. Mr. Schmidt. Hang on, I did a 416. Oh, I must have got a track cut or something because we probably bounced off a wall. Yeah, I mean, Olympics needs to go back to how it was in like Greek times, where they were like, "Ah, turn up." Okay, you had to be amateur. You had to be amateur. You couldn't be like a. They should do. They definitely need to do an event in the Olympics where you can turn up in the morning, like Indy 500 qualifying, or they have a thing that's like someone's not allowed to have done that sport somehow. They could use the UK's surveillance system, and you're only allowed to take part if you've never done the sport at all. You've never used a bow and arrow. You've never. And then you have to win as someone that's never done it. That'd be amazing. Ah, bonk. Okay. Also, everyone would have to be naked. That's a bonus. Oh my goodness. Oh no! Oh, I've been schmitted. I think the Olympics should all be done naked. I don't know what this old clothing lark's about. Increase the minimum age to be in the Olympics to 25. and then everyone has to be naked. Genius. Already I've made it better for everyone. Real sword fighting. So it could be sword fighting. Yeah, real sword, yeah. We could bring back yeah, you could have like tank battles, I don't know. That's what we need. I know, Mosey, I'll tell them to do it at Gamescom. No, they'll get on it. Oh, look at that. Ah, Thomas Pete. I mean, he has to come in and ruin it, doesn't he? Typical Thomas. What's the other vintage track? Always Scandinavian countries are good at bloody Counter-Strike, aren't they? Right, what was the track called? We'll let everyone finish this. That's good fun, that. Well done, Thomas, for winning, and Antoine for third. Right, I think I've got it on my computer already. Is it like a German track? It's a fictional Deutschlanden Ring. Here we go. How do we share this? Let's upload it to the server. Bingo. I think they have it on. Yeah, they got it on Race Department. On the windowsill, that's a CSL. That's a CSL DD behind the complaint. That's an OSW, and then that's a GT CSL DD. Right, let's get this server up again. Good driving, guys. Clone this. Deutschlander. Okay. It should just all be the same settings. Save. Oh, we could change the weather to... What's it on? Broken clouds. Let's have it on scattered clouds. That'll look nice. Oh, it's only got 29 pit boxes. Save that. You ready, guys? I would give you the CSL DD, but it doesn't actually belong to me. Technically, it belongs to Fanatec, so yeah, you'd have to ask them. I will do counter debate as soon as they're sorted out. I just don't want to promote stuff if there's a potential that someone will buy a product and then the company's gone bust. So I'm sure someone will buy them. I mean, they're still operating. What's about these weird comments? They're just people that hate us. So I think it's quite funny. Right, server's up, guys. I can give an invite link as well. Can you guys get the track? Does it work? How are they handling repairs? I don't know, but you could, if your wheel's out of warranty, you could check out Simrig Support, who has sponsored content on this channel. But they do like wheel repairs and stuff as well. Off we go to Germany ring. We should maybe use like a 90s DTM car around here. We don't say that word. We don't say the FWD word here. That's an illegal word in these parts. I need to get this new beta, Moser beta stuff. Right, here we go. Firmware update. We're upgrading our wheelbase algorithm. We'll greatly appreciate your assistance in testing it. Please participate in the beta. Fill out this form. And fill out this form. Right, how do I get it? You what, Thomas? Hello, Bobby W. Beta test code. Here we go. How do we use a beta test code? Oh, here we go. It's a picture. All right. How to use the beta pit? Navigate to the experiment function in Pit House. Okay. Where's that? Hang on, where is that? Navigate to the experimental function page. Oh, I found it. There we go. Okay. And then select, click confirm. Oh, hang on. I'm breaking everything now. Okay. Right. Once Pit House reboots, head back to the experimental thing, click release. Oh. Replace with beta code. Press enter. Right, I'm gonna turn the game off. We're gonna rejoin. Moser Pit House. Update, okay. Here we go. Let's see if this new beta is force feedback wheel settings. Okay. We're upgrading the hardware. It's about to catch on fire. I don't know if Simrig support work in America. They might do. You could always check the website out. I think it's simrigsupport.com. I think they've got international things. Oh, here we go. Upgrading. It's upgrading, guys. Upgrade. Downgrade. As I say, Sim Race Fly, I've done sponsorship stuff with them. So you can't trust anything I say. They might just steal your money. That was a recommendation from someone that's sponsored. I don't know of any other options though. Upgrading the wheel. Do you guys prefer upgrading or downgrading? If you think about it, life is just a process of downgrading.
The pace car is out of control.
As you progress through life, it's one constant downgrade. Like, you upgrade parts of your brain and stuff and your ways of thinking about stuff, but biologically, it's a progressive downgrade. It's like what Microsoft does with Windows. Each progressive Windows is a downgrade. You're like, oh, it's newer, but actually it's not. I think we're done. Well, supposedly we now have the latest firmware. Well, hang on, what version is it? 1.2.3.7. 1.2.3.7. Okay. Okay, right. Will this is this game changing? Game changing. You had the habit of downgrading the CPUs in desktop I buy from others lately. People always throw the most power-hungry chips in with a motherboard that aren't built for that. Sorry, how dare you apologise? Why are you apologising? I hate people that apologise. You're the worst. One question. How can I play Assetto Corsa in open... What do you mean open world? In the real world? Or the closed world? We only do closed world racing. I don't know what you mean by the open world. The wide open world. Sim racing's a secret society. Hang on a minute. We have no wheel lights. Oh no, we do. Okay. The the light is flashing red at me for some reason. Okay, the shifters aren't. Hang on. How was I able to shift and then not? Okay, bit of a problem here with the equipment. I knew I shouldn't have done anything. Right. Why will it only go into first gear and then not again? Okay, what is going on? Why will it only go to first? Why? Okay, that's a weird bug. Wow, that's good. Great update, that. Let's try and update it, Ken. Oh, well, it's updating, but I don't understand why. Right, let's rebind the buttons in AC. Maybe it's an AC thing. Maybe it's changed the button numbers. Look at this. Oh no. Yeah, there's something weird with the wheel rim with this update. We did. It's getting like it's accepting the button, and then the button's getting stuck on once you pushed it once. It thinks it's always on. Look, that's weird. It's a weird bug. Let's try restarting the wheel. Always turn it on and off again, yeah. No, it's definitely... It's weird. That's a weird bug for a button to work once. Okay, let's just go back to the old software because it clearly is not working. Back to the old ones. I mean, I didn't really notice any different feel in the force feedback, so... Hello, Migo. Yeah, but I mean, the force feedback felt exactly the same anyway, so... It's a load of bollocks, isn't it? You know, I mean, unless the software introduced, like, telemetry-driven force feedback, it's going to be really negligible. Oh no, now it's not detected anything. Oh no, hang on, because I'll have to roll back the firmware. But now it's not detecting anything to roll back the firmware. Oh no, hang on. Here we go. There we go. It was just a bit slow. This is the most fun part of sim racing. Yeah, I'm redoing the upgrade. At least the software upgrade app thing's not too terrible. Imagine if you're in a hospital and you're like, oh, let's upgrade all the medical devices. All the patients are like, ah. Oh, sorry, the devices are all broken now. Need to roll back the firmware. Please wait patiently. Oh, here we go. Oh no, it's still broken! We broke it! Oh no, we've broken it was working. Why do I break everything? Let's put another wheel on. Ow. Why are they sticking on? Oh, this wheel's working. That's weird. Why is this wheel not working? That's so random. This was such a good idea. Who suggested this to me? Now, do you know what it is? This is the bug I had before. Now, I installed the other version of the software, and the problem is this software wouldn't load properly. So I had to uninstall it last time to fix it. Let's do that. This is fun. Fortunately, I've still got the files. It is. It's peak entertainment. Get those teas and biscuits. Oh, it's still doing it! It's knackered the wheel. It's knackered my steering wheel, the update. It's the KS wheel, I think. Might just try plugging it into a different USB port. Oh, hang on, it's only the shifters. It's only the shifters doing it. Why would only the shifters get stuck on? That don't make any sense. Yeah, maybe it's a calibration thing. Where's the I mean, do you calibrate buttons? maybe... No, like, look, you can see all these buttons are working like buttons. But if I push the shifter, it gets stuck on. I'll calibrate paddles. There we go. Make sure all paddles are pressed. Maybe that's what it is. Ah! Ah! Obviously, well, we... Obviously, that was what we had to do, because I've had to calibrate shifters before. What are they, Hall effect sensors or something? There was a button. Must be a Hall effect sensor. Oh, right, so I guess we can install the beta software now. Oh, like, not once in the history of any steering wheel that I've ever used have I had to calibrate shifter pedals, buttons. Yeah, of course we're going to risk it. Come on. Right, back to beta mode. Here we go. Let's restart the journey, ladies and gentlemen. The exciting journey into the land of beta. You excited? Come on. Let's go. Then we can get back on our server. I know how to live on the edge here. Some people say I don't know how to have fun. Are you excited, guys? It's going to be game changing. This is going to be. This is going to change. Not just change my life, but I think change the life of everybody. And probably not for the better. Here we go. We're going back into the land of unknown. It's just it must be Hall effect sensors for the shifters, which does make sense. But just weird. Good to know. Why do you know so much pointless shit? Well, no, shifters were fine before. I think when we updated the firmware, it probably just... They might have updated the firmware, so the shifter calibration just got lost.
sim racing, guys. Sim racing. Here we go. Update everything. Yeah, like the updater's quite good. Like this tool. Not the worst. A little bit slow at times, but seems to work alright. Moser, well, it might be good to tell people about the pedal calibration thing. It's not really a good video though, is it? But then again, none of my videos are very good, so that's the advantage of being terrible at YouTube. It don't really matter what you do. It all blends into the same haze of despair. Upgrading. Here we go. Oh, I mean, the shifters are working now normally. Right, we got the new force feedback, guys. Is it game changing? Is it game changing? So, version should be 1.2.3.7. 1.2. There we go. Firmware. Yeah. Okay. What's changed? Supposedly, the natural inertia setting optimized. We will see. We will see. Right. Here we go. Oh, good job, Content Manager. Why is Content Manager drunk? I just had to recalibrate the shifters. There we go. We're back. We're back now.
The pace car is out of control.
Audio Vision? What do you mean? What do you mean by Audio Vision products? I mean like TV stuff? Oh yeah. No, I know the controls a lot. Yeah, they've made it as convoluted as possible. It's got worse as well because a lot of people just don't care. So it used to be like, oh, if you got you know, the Dolby, or what was the other one? There was the two main competing surround sound audio solutions, and it used to be that if you got them, you know, that would be all the high-end stuff. But most people now just watch like Netflix. Yeah. Oh, guys, this feels amazing. Oh, God. They've absolutely transformed it. It's incredible. Oh, no, it's exactly the same as before. I mean,
it was alright before. Nothing's happening. It was. I updated the Moser software because they were like amazing. Oh bloody hell! Oh, yeah. Supposedly they've made the dynamic damping stuff a bit better. I don't know. Well, I don't even know what it would be based on anyway. Well, okay. Like, the thing is, I get the impression that the less that the wheel software tries to do, the better things will be. People still buy OSWs. Let's try turning some damper up here. Also, the thing is, right, with F4 cars and GT3 and most of the stuff that people drive, you don't necessarily need like a ton of the inertia effects and things, because they are all the force feedback's happening within a tight. You're not going opposite lock and stuff, so you're not relying on the car to sort of catch and correct it. So like this sort of car is a really good test of force feedback, because if the force feedback's overactive, you'll get like overshoot and, you know, and it'll make it harder to drive. But outside of like a little bit of damper and a little bit of filter, basically this stuff, right? So ideally force feedback wheels would actually have telemetry driven force feedback options on them, but they don't tend to. But that would be really good. Outside of that, they just need good interpolation to make up for sims that don't have smooth force feedback, like iRacing. This is a really nice track. I find it really weird how you see, this is a common thing on YouTube and sim racing and stuff, where people go on about force feedback and then they're playing iRacing or ACC and it's like, well, but those sims just don't. I mean, iRacing's force feedback actually reflects the tyres quite well, but like, you know, it's like ultimately the fundamental software just isn't there for the concerns to apply properly. Like the issue is not the force feedback, it's the underlying physics or absolute lack of force feedback in that specific sim for certain things. So it's like, well, you know, the force feedback wheel isn't going to fix that. We'll let him go past. Like, it's weird. You see some like reviewers reviewing like hardware, going into all this depth, which is fantastic, and then only playing iRacing, and you're like, well, hang on. Hang on a minute. Fair enough. A lot of people will only play iRacing, and so they just want to know what it's like with the game they're playing. But it's kind of weird. It's like if you bought like if you were reviewing like a Makita drill or Black & Decker saw or something, like, you know, you're reviewing a piece of machinery and then you only use it on like a really thin piece of wood or one specific scenario. Oh, don't do that. You'll that's iRacing move. Bonk. Yeah, AccuForce has telemetry-driven force feedback. I've got an AccuForce. It's quite good. Unfortunately, you still force feedback can't fix a simulator. Even with telemetry-driven force feedback, that's at the end of the day, you're still hostage to the physics, the underlying physics. Like force feedback can. Yeah, so the OSW, the AccuForce wheel. It can give you more dynamic range and make the game not feel stale, but in terms of, you know, it's not going to make iRacing's. It's like IFFB. It actually can be bad because it makes you start to try and drive iRacing off the feel of the force feedback. But that's a really bad way to play iRacing ultimately, because iRacing doesn't really support you driving at the limit. So if you try to then drive off the force feedback, inevitably you're going to get into a situation where you try and approach it like AC or rFactor 2 or something, and then you just end up overdriving for what its tyres would do for speed. I mean, it does stop you before you've memorised what you can and can't do. It's really good. but I also actually make on lower end wheels stuff like IRFFB and telemetry force feedback's really good, because you can magnify certain things that otherwise you wouldn't feel. This track's nice. This is well, there's another one of these that's even longer than this. I'm not really noticing much of a difference from how we had this before to how we have it now, like in terms of the Moser firmware. Modded G. Do you remember? Was it AMSR or something? Back in the day, they did in 2005 and 6. They did voltage updates to G25s, and then they installed fans into it to like up the strength. Controller life. You DIY'd it for the G29, yeah. The thing is, the G25 has nice direct motors because they're small AC motors, actually quite responsive. So the overall strength is poor, but the initial response is quite good. In some ways, it even beats out. The initial change in torque is faster than the T300.
still feels like. It's still weird. Like it's weird that the natural inertia works in conjunction with the wheel damper setting, which is just really weird. It's a really weird way of doing it. This is German ring or something. So the difficulty is, or the problem is, if you turn up damper, you then get more resistance in the initial phase of the wheel, which you don't really want. And then you also get less force feedback detail. So it's always a compromise between like how much detail and response versus how much sort of overshoot and overreactive steering. So like, see that the initial response of the wheel is off now, so it's not automatically correcting because I put a lot of damper on. Oh, we got the inertia on really high. So if I turn that down, you also start to lose smaller details as well. Whoa, get out of the edge. This is Pac-Man 3D. It's Assetto Corsa. I told a fib. I don't think it is bloomed out. It's just the post-processing effect or the live stream stuff as well. You look washed out. I think it's just the brightness of the PP filter. I'm waiting for them to do the new skyboxes with it, and then I'll...
I'm just fiddling with the damper settings. I don't really see much of a difference between this update and the last one, so I don't know why they're saying it. Not quite sure why they're making out that it's a big difference, but it's a nice track. The problem is the wheel's like slightly too overactive, but then if I add more damper onto it, it then loses the detail. So it's just that compromise. So it sort of it wants to chew you out too much. But if we add well, I'm going to put wheel damper on 10% and let's try natural inertia on 300. Supposedly in this update it says natural inertia optimization, speed dependent damping option. This parameter is used to increase the damping of the steering according to the speed in the game, which multiplied on the basis of the mechanical damping. You don't really want speed dependent damping because then it's going to make the response of the force feedback sort of non-linear, and when you're going fast you're not normally doing like crazy inputs anyway. So I guess if you're going fast and there's the force feedback has this tendency to be stronger because there's more load, and so a speed dependent dampening will mitigate that stronger force feedback impulse. But that's not really, speed isn't really the defining thing, especially in vintage cars, because you might be going quite slow through a corner but you're like doing a really big slide. And most of the driving is at a fairly consistent speed. It says here, fix the issue with the independent axis data mapping of the steering wheel couldn't reach 100. Resolve the issue of not detecting SGP after wheelbase startup. Added centering shortcut switch steering wheel. Okay. Fix an issue with the steering wheel couldn't connect to Xbox. Fine. Optimize the temperature control algorithm to prevent force feedback loss due to long time usage. Improve the speed dependent damping algorithm. Fixing abnormal tactile sensations. Well, I never noticed that before. Upgraded the natural inertia algorithm for improved performance and third party steering wheel integration.
Seems like mild stuff. Alright, let's get a setup on this actually. I think the Moser 4 Subac's pretty good though, generally speaking. Did any of you guys have a setup from the last race? Let's try this. This is the other thing, for car stability, if you have like the rear diff slightly more open, the car's going to be less like twitchy, which then is going to make it easier for a 4-speed back wheel to control it as well. Imagine if GT7 drove like AC, like the detail in the force feedback and everything. What? Yeah. Look at that. He's bomber pedals. Ah, his corner's brutal. You have to brake for that way before. Yeah. See, the problem is, it's not even to do with the speed that you're driving. It's the, if you have opposite lock, or like, you know, the correction, you get overshoot. It causes the car to really drive mental. But this is just with the so we've got a natural inertia on 300, but it ties into this damper setting. You add damper, calms the wheel down, but then it then gets the initial phase of the correction off.
can't remember. German Ring or something. Oh, thanks for subscribing.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Simon Tim Detat, thanks for subscribing with Prime. The Cobra's awesome. I'm just messing around with force feedback settings to Deutschlander Ring, that's it. Basically Germany Ring. So the other option we can use is in Scunthorpe. Is like maximum wheel rotation speed. But the problem with that is there's times where it should be like for that to have an impact to stop the overshoot. You end up reducing the wheel maximum rotation speed such that it ends up affecting it when you actually don't want it to, like the initial phase. So mate, the solution would be to have a maximum rotation speed once the wheel has passed a certain angle, and that way a different maximum rotation speed for like when the wheel is here within this range, it can have a lower maximum rotation speed, and that will stop oscillation because it'll be like, oh, because the correction of the wheel is slower when it's here. But if the wheel's in like more lock, like if you're over 200 degrees, you can have faster wheel rotation, and by the time it goes into the 200 degree zone in the center of steering, that will then slow the wheel down in that central part, which could still be quite fast, but it'd be enough I don't know. That could be a good solution. I'd have to try it. You can't set that up, but they'd have to do that in the software. Thanks for subscribing, Jason Zoo. What do you mean just adapt? Obviously we can. That's just such a dumb thing to type. No, it's not a LUT setting. I'm talking about ways of mitigating the realities of input delay and overshoot and issues that you'll get with force feedback wheels. Well, no, you can adapt to anything, Lee. That's just stupid, though. Obviously, you can drive anything. You could drive with no force feedback. That's beside the point of what force feedback would be better or worse. Oh, just yeah. Yeah, pointless thing to say. Most people are not driving vintage cars anyway. And most people are doing like more lock, are using drift cars. But Lee, we're not. What are you even on? The whole point is that we're messing around with force feedback settings. Also, it's just you've just said something that's unrelated to like, yeah, saying just adapt is just like, it's like going Yeah, I mean, it's just a nothing statement. Like, it's just a pointless thing to type. It's of zero value. It's just saying, oh, just put up with anything. Why type that? What? Honestly, you're gonna get a didgeridoo. God forbid anything ever, like, someone try and mess around with settings and try and find better settings or experiment with stuff and see what works better or worse. God forbid. A real car is a real car, and actually you can have different size steering wheels, you can have different power steering settings, you can have different... Do you know how much you can adjust on a real bloody car if you want to? But also, fundamentally, a real car is actually real. So, yeah, it's different to a driving simulator. Funny that. Yeah, like so the thing is, at the moment, all you can really do is add wheel damper, and then that is a compromise between. Sorry, you can turn the wheel strength down, which will stop overshoot because, well, the force feedback's weaker. So you can turn the force feedback down. That will remove the strength and the sort of punchiness and also some detail. Or with higher strength you can then add more damper, but that will make the wheel slower, and it's not, wheel damper's like a somewhat fixed thing, so there's going to be a median solution for damping that doesn't throw you off the track, but it will always be some like weird compromise. I wonder how much a real Shelby Cobra like throws you off. Like, it'd be interesting to see how stable this steering is if you like let it go. I'd imagine it'd be quite a lot of damping in the real car, just from the weight of the wheels and everything. So this is where also. Yeah, I think just a small amount of damping and weaker force feedback is probably a better solution, because you still have the corrective wheel rotation speed. The problem with higher strength force feedback is if the wheel, you're fighting with the wheel more, and then it's gonna, if the wheel's doing something that's a bit awkward, you're then having to really struggle to get on top of it. Yeah, probably feels super imprecise. Yeah, you probably, exactly, wreck it with flak. I mean, this is still fine. It's just if you get in those situations where you want to, you really do overdrive a lot and you're getting quite aggressive on the counter steer. and you want to let go of it. See this situation. That's just really not natural. The degree to which that's like chewing me out. It doesn't feel natural. I mean, maybe the real Shelby Cobra is mental, but even for AC, you can add more damper and it's less prone to doing that. Yeah, but I mean, that could be a multitude of factors, George. Let's try the speed-dependent damping. No, resist. Yeah, well, it's just yeah, less. Makes the wheel move less freely. Yeah. I wonder if when it says speed dependent dampening, it means wheel rotation speed or car speed. I think that's what you want is so the faster the wheel's rotating, the more damper you want applied to it. I don't know. It's just you want to stop that overshoot behaviour. Bonk. Keep doing that. George, yeah. Well, I've stiffened the suspension up, but yeah, even yeah, a lot of road cars, even modern ones, they. The suspension is mental, how much it moves. See, that's the problem. It didn't correct. When it going through that corner there, back's popping out, and it didn't do the. You lose that initial counter steer, which is probably more important. Like you can. I think you're probably better off just running lower force feedback. Well, the problem is... The problem is that there's delay between the sim and the force feedback wheel. And so you're always going to get some kind of overshoot. some disconnect. The solution, I think, would be for us. One of the solutions is for the sim to give the wheel an absolute position at any point in time. So rather than, cause at the moment, a sim is basically saying X force left, X force right, but it's not treating the wheel like a servo motor going, right, the sim is now outputting this coordinate and that's where the force feedback wheel needs to go to. So I think that's one of the solutions, but it requires a total rethinking of how force feedback's done. I believe that's one potential solution, or thing to try that I've never seen. Exactly, yeah. The lower force feedback means that when the sim does something stupid or overshoots or whatever, you can then correct it with your hands without it throwing you off the road or anything. So you can take control of the wheel. It's like the opposite of the advantage of a G25 is that a G25 is very loose, and it means that you're in control of what the wheel's doing at all times. It's similar actually, not the opposite, but it's a similar kind of thing to that. But one is with actual force feedback, the other one is the other one is the argument for having no force feedback, and what that's in the past, one of the advantages for no force feedback and really loose wheels was that at least you're not getting false information, and at least you're fully in control of what you're doing with the input. When you had like T500s and ECCIs and a whole bunch of wheels that were like, well, they were stronger, but they had so much damping and built-in mechanical issues that they actually made it harder to be precise, especially with faster cars, or, you know. Sim devs don't do things from car to car like that. Like, the underlying force feedback and physics is a sort of a global thing. It's not really car specific. So a car like this in AC is a good way of pushing the force feedback to the limit, because it's a car that is pretty mental. So whereas I say like a GT3 car, or you know, like a more stable car with a Formula rim, or a super stable drift car, it's not going to really be that demanding on you needing ultra precise force feedback, because it's such a stable car. And yeah, so this sort of vehicle is a really good vehicle for dialing in, or not dialing in, but like seeing what different force, how different force feedback wheels behave with the software. Yeah, they've been saying they've been doing that for a while. It'll be good. Hopefully they do that. Well, this is this is kind of different to audio stuff. That would be right when you're talking about clipping with a simulator and those issues. But this is more the wheel overshoot with a force feedback wheel is more an issue of the specific sim's force feedback, damping amounts, straight. You know, it's not really analogous to the clipping component. Well, the clipping part of force feedback is, but really good track this. I can't drive. yeah, like any other car is a way easier. Way easier vehicle. Like, they're just more stable, so. And the type of slides other cars get into are less. I don't know. I can't think of the word. It's funny how this is so good compared to like how it used to be with Force Feedback back in the day. Oh yeah, one thing that this car is really good for testing is your throttle application along with the counter steer. So, because you can't just gun the throttle. See, you can really just see how it's the steering is just really overactive when it comes to the correction. If I'm letting go of the wheel at all, if I'm holding on to the wheel, and basically like you can't, you just can't let go of the wheel because then it just starts getting super unhinged. Which is, in my experience with any road car I've driven, you can let go of the wheel. There's a lot of damping in them. They don't like go crazy. Maybe this type of car does in real life though. maybe in real life, if you're in a Shelby Cobra and you go through a windy corner, maybe it does just chew you out and the wheel goes mental. It'd be interesting to drive it on a skid pad and see what happens. But yeah, you want that the initial response. You want to be really quick and snappy. The initial, so like you're turning into a corner here. You need this really fine granular force feedback, which is superb. But then, when you like that counter steer, you then actually want it to be calmer. It's contradictory things that you want. Oh yeah, one thing I was going to... this is the problem as well. I was going to say, if you set your wheel rotation to be too much for the car, so like, this is 900 in the game, so if I set it so that it's non-linear, so if it's 900 in the game, if I make it less... Hang on, it should make the steering rotation less. Let's have a look. Right, no, I need to make it more. So it's 900 in the game. If I set it to 10, 100. So now we're non-linear by 2%, 5 or 5%. No, 1%. Basically, 1% non-linear. That might actually help with, because now when the wheel's overshooting, it's not actually going to get the game is going to be out of sync with the wheel, so it should negate the overshoot. Let's try that. But then it ruins the initial. And again, it ruins the initial, because then the initial movement is out of sync. I don't think there's a solution other than not too strong force feedback, so you can control it. Yeah, no, I just did it on the app. It doesn't matter if you do it in the game or you do it on the thing, but that still doesn't work. That could stop oscillation though in the center. So if you're running maybe a small amount, I mean, I don't really have an issue with oscillation. So yeah, let's get a Shelby Cobra done. Yeah, you can't, even if you... Yeah, you can curve the force feedback, but then, yeah, you can create a base force feedback curve, but then that messes up everything else. Because you want a fast initial impulse in all scenarios. Damping gets rid of a fast initial impulse. You don't want when there's overshoot, but there's no way to define when it's overshoot or when it's just a correction. So damping is always going to apply damping in the situation that you want it and the situation that you don't want it. When you don't have damping, it's going to not be there when you don't want it there, and it's going to not be there when you do want it there. So none of them really offer an actual solution. It's all like a weird compromise. I think the solution is that the sim would have to specifically tell the wheel where it should be with an exact coordinate. Road sensitivity is just to do with high or low. Don't use that. Just use the FFB equalizer. Don't bother with those that road sensitivity thing. I mean, this is still fantastic. I'm just nitpicking here, guys. Like, force feedback in this is just on another level to anything else, but I'm just talking on the absolute. I said none of these issues really matter in a Formula car, GT cars, or anything where you don't let go of the wheel. None of these issues are a problem because you're always on top of the car with your input in those scenarios. Well, do you know what? It'd be interesting googling the how much strength the real Shelby Cobra steering is measured at the wheel rim. Given the size of the wheel rim, it probably is around about 10 or so Newton meters. Honestly, this road feels like the Peak District or something. Like, as long as you're not in an oversteer where you let go of the wheel, it's fine. It's as soon as you let go of the wheel, the inertia of the wheel rim. But I think that's what's fundamentally causing the issue. The delay between the sim and the inertia of the wheel rim. Delay between the sim and the inertia of the wheel rim. I-died little I-dee-doo-dee. You don't want a dead zone, that's terrible. See, that's worse than anything. Yeah, as long as you're holding onto the wheel, it's all it's all perfect. force feedback, guys. I guarantee if a developer can make it, as I say, the force feedback specifies a specific coordinate that the wheel should be in. I don't know how that would even work. You could have like a target. Maybe that's what it's trying to do. Like maybe it's trying to give a target coordinate. I don't know. I think there probably needs to be a fundamental different way. I mean, this would be pointless because people don't drive vintage cars that much. I think what a lot of people do is they put a lot of damper on, and then they get used to effectively driving with no force feedback or like very limited force feedback. But then they're like, oh, it's really, it feels really convincing, and What's the other track called that's like this style of road, but it's a different one? These roads are awesome. I think this Shelby Cobra is it probably is like one of the hardest cars to drive in AC. Now we got not Fielderberg. There's another one. It's really, really long. What she said. Bonk. I'd have died 5 times. Yeah. 10 to 25 Newton meters. Yeah, totally manageable and arm ripping strength. No, I've read that. I say it's very hard to get the actual precise information. But also, I was posting on Reddit and someone said that they'd driven some GT cars or something, vintage cars, and they were saying they actually had quite light steering, which is fine. Like, it makes sense because I mean a lot of it depends on the car setup and the caster and a whole bunch of stuff and the tyres and so there can be old cars that have mentally strong steering and ones with really light, and it's really hard to know preemptively that, oh yeah, this type of car categorically has light steering, Everyone's driving into the hay bales. You're not spamming. Believe me, you'd know if you're spamming. People that spam get banned very quickly. Big thing of driving this car is to just let it slide. I think a bad habit I had in the past was overcorrecting rather than trusting a slide that's occurring and just going along with it. I'd be like, oh, I've got to get it out of the slide. You know what I mean? Whereas trusting that the slide's going to be stable and fine really helps you drive older cars comfortably, I think. I like knowing that the grip's going to return before you get to the edge of the track, so it's not the end of the world. Yeah, the iRacing. Although, to be fair, once you learn the slides in iRacing, as long as you've got in iRacing, you learn a set steering angle, and you don't brake, trail brake later in the corner when you already hear the tyre skid sound. So, and you don't correct slides in iRacing because it just causes you either push the brake in the accelerator or you just ride it out and then wait extra even longer. So there's like, yeah, that was close. Well, see, the weird thing is, it seems that with real cars, when you have 4 wheels, assuming a car's not completely shit, like a normal car, or like just a normal object that's got 4 wheels, there is some innate property, probably just inertia and stuff, that tends to cause things to evenly balance. And then combine that with car manufacturers obviously inherently wanting their cars to be balanced. It's like a skateboard though. Like that's 4 completely independent, effectively open diff wheels. Like they're totally freewheeling, all 4 wheels, and yet you can, you can pop it into a slide and stand on the board, and it won't. You watch those downhill longboarders. That's just 4 independent rotating wheels on an axle that can it can steer by when you lean one way or the other way. The axle direction changes, but that's not. There's no suspension. The rubber's very stiff rubber. There's the wheels are all independently rotating. And you can see that there's a stability as that goes through a corner. It wants to kind of go in a smooth, I think it is convention of like an inertia. What's it? Convention of what do you call it? Like the weight of the person will be wanting to go in one direction, or continuing whatever direction it was going initially, and that's going to be pulling all 4 wheels in that direction, and it's going to be, and the force I guess it's going to depend on where the person's standing and stuff, but it's going to be relatively uniform, I'd imagine. Maybe it isn't at all. Maybe there's some like insane complex underlying. There probably is some like mental shit going on. It's like that whole bicycle thing. It's like, oh well, how does a bicycle work? And you're like, oh well, couch steer, this thing is simple. And then the more they look into how bicycles work, you're like, oh shit. Ah dear. We don't know if it's this or this or this, or which is the most important thing. Is it gyroscopic precession? Is it Burby. I don't even, that's still debated as well, though. So yes, the difference between, well, so you've got the caster of the wheel where the wheel's mounted, but it's that caster relative to the gyroscopic effect of the wheel. But then you also have the trail aspect of the front wheel independently being like it'll move independent of the rear wheel. So that has an effect as well. Again, like last time I looked into it, I just had a bloody headache. Basically the same as it was Jason Murphy before. we've just been messing around with different settings, and makes no difference really. No real tangible difference really. It's, you know, it's fine. Oh. What's he doing? Hang on, don't go back to the pit. Oh, he's gone. He's gone. Hang on. Look. Oh, he's gone out. He's gone out. Well done. He was in the ditch. I'm surprised he got out of that. Well done. The other thing with putting more damper on is it just makes it more fatiguing to turn the wheel. You know, it just makes it a bit more of a chore to play a sim. Yeah, he just had a little pee in the corner. Oh, I've done it again every time this bloody corner. Every time I'm driving into cows. Hello, Felipe. Yeah, we're just messing around and stuff. Good driving. Antoine with the win there. Right, let's get some more music on here. We should put some jazz music on. We'll do another vintage track. What's the other one called? The crazy one. So in the Moses software, it has this force feedback base curve option. Base force feedback output signal. So the game output signal, and then you can shape that output signal. But the problem with that is, it's like, okay, right, so if the game puts out, it's basically the same as a LUT, that's not going to allow you to fix overshoot, because the scenario where you changed it to fix overshoot is the scenario where you want that initial response to feel what the car's doing. So I don't know why they put all these... I don't get it, guys, with wheel manufacturers and force feedback. They have all these settings, but most of them are completely pointless. Well, let's just click one and see what happens. That's it. Right. This is what this is doing. Is there's no force feedback initially, then it suddenly gives mega force feedback when the game would start to give force feedback. So we're going from, like, when we're turning, we're getting like mega force feedback, but once we're out of the turn, no force feedback. That's crazy. that's just going to do some really weird shit. Yeah, that's, you do not want that. Right, let's try the other way round. We'll do another track in a minute, guys. Just start trying some weird stuff here. Right, let's try this other one. I see, now this is overly sensitive initially, then gets weaker, and then gets stronger again. Why would you want that? I guess this could magnify the initial like braking and stuff. Okay. Yeah, this is weird. Whoa! As soon as the rear brake's traction, we're going into crazy land. Yeah. And this is also causing... This is actually clipping the signal on the wheel side. But the game doesn't... That's weird. It's causing the wheel to clip, but on the Moser side, not on the game side, so you can't actually see it clipping in the software. Right, let's try this. Okay, that's literally that's undrivable. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't see why you would ever not want linear force feedback. I don't. With the DD wheel, I don't get it. Right, let's change track here. I think some jazz music would be nice. I'm going to get a bowl of cereal. It's so hot, I don't want to eat normal food. Right, the server. What's this other track called? I think it's another German one. What do any of you guys know what it's called? It's like a really long rural track, like what we just driven, but it's really long. It's not Filderberg, but it's like that. It's like ridiculously long. Fontenay, that's it. It's not called Don. I need to get the vintage Donington. Fontenay, here we go. Let's give that a go. I hope everyone's alright. Hope you don't mind this more chilled out stream. 3 viewers. The excitement of force feedback testing. It's too much. Fontenay, here we go. Not everyone can stomach this. Intense action. Upload. Tracks. Oh, there's multiple layouts in this. Here we go. Fontenay 1.1. I'll link to the track on the server. We could do. I'll leave the Shelby Cobra on it, but I'll put. We can always change car as well afterwards.
How many pit boxes? Probably like 30 or something, I'd imagine. Let's see. It's just uploading the track to the server. There we go. It's got 40 pit boxes, but I only have 32 slots. Okay. No rain. Right, servers up. Should be. Darren Carter, thanks for subscribing. Welcome. Oh. There we go. We could try another vintage car as well soon. What are those? The Ferrari... Is that like 1960s Ferrari? There we go. Team Xander's in here. I think you're right, uppercase. Right, just going to get something to eat here. I'll be back in a second.
sound Mabel, scare the monsters under your bed. Deep in the biting, liking for you is all I need. Until my heart gives in, I will do everything I can for you. You will grow up in the blink of an eye and move out and be on your own. But no matter
voice chat. We could add a voice room. Everyone's so confused about this Moza software. I think I might have to do a video about it. Why is my screen shaking? Hello, Spitfire. How to update the update video. Why did the wheel wobble in this car? Look, wah, wah. Oh, just pizza. This track is crazy. Oh, nice cold beer. Should have a non-alcoholic Guinness on tap. Right. Beer tap systems. Kegerator. $500 to $1,500. Multi-tap. $1,000 to $200. $500. $500 installation cost. Built-in okay, so you're talking $5,000. Easy. Is it cheaper to buy beer in a keg? Let's see. So, a keg is about $100 to $200.
10 to 20% cheaper than a cam. That adds up. How long does a keg of beer last? Three to 6 months. Oh, then this keyboard will blow you away. It's called the wired gaming keyboard, made in China. That's the model of the. That's what it is. It's very literal. As you can tell, it's a really expensive brand of keyboard. It's literally a commodity cherry brown keys sort of thing. $30 litres would last you 2 weeks. I mean, maybe you want to Google the company name. This will help you. If you want to get the exact same one. You ready? Just type this in whilst I say it. So the manufacturer of this keyboard is the Duanguang Yanguang Trading Co. Limited. Did you get that? Dongguan Yaozhurong. Sorry, I said it wrong. my mistake. Sure, I'm sure you've got that. Our pizza has a lot of garlic on it. Let's go. Hang on. Why are the signposts facing the other way? How good is this road? Looks well nice. Are we driving the wrong way around the track? Hang on. All the cameras are pointing the other way. I guess we're doing the track in reverse here. Oh no, there we go, we've got a signpost. How good is this road? This looks like a really nice place to live in. Is this supposed to be in Germany as well? We need a British road like this.
There's no. I mean, I know there's high force, but. We should put the rally pace notes on. That would help. That's a nice view. Oh, some nice bunting. Yeah, this is it's a nice model. This is well good. These corners flow really nice. Nice signposts as well. Make it not too like you know, it's not too much of a surprise. It looks like an X-Files road here. We get abducted. How long is this road? Hang on, where are we even close to the finish? It goes on forever, this. Who has time to make mods like this? What is wrong with them? Is this based on a real location as well? I might have. We'll do it after this race. We'll add it to the server. Is it on race department? Can you remind me after this race? Is Germany real? Are you sure? I booked a flight there on Monday. Are you sure it's real? Can't be real. There's too many beautiful women there. Obviously fake. It's a shame that driving into a tree is bad. Like, it'd be really fun to do this in real life. But, you know, the whole, like, dying thing ruins the enjoyment, I think. You know, the tedium of being in hospital, getting your legs reattached. It's just boring.
Oh, some nice daisies. Oh no! Are you playing this? Oh, I can't debate. It's your fault. We went through the tree. Sims are better than real life. That was your fault. Ah! House tree! Ah! Hello. Nothing happened there. That was fine. It's all fine. Great. Did you like the textbook driving there? Nailed that. Bloody hell, this section's difficult. That was a Shelby Cobra barrel roll. Pretty standard driving in this vehicle. Right. Why were we fine and then all of a sudden I can't drive? I'm blaming Dom. Can't debate. Ah dear. Hello, Alex. No problem. Textbook line. This is a slow car. I just messed around with some settings. To be honest,
The pace car is out of control.
I don't think the inertia setting worked properly. Regardless, I'm not quite sure the point. It's not a game-changing update, no. But, I mean, it was fine before. Are you ready for the race, guys? next decision. Let's go. When's 24 Hours of Le Mans? I'll be in Germany, so I'll have an issue with that. Slight problem.
The pace car is out of control.
Bam Bam, thanks for following. Welcome. Oh. Here we go. Oh. If you don't take your foot off the clutch, the car won't move. Can you believe it? Oh, well done. Always. There's always someone that doesn't brake. Oh, he's off into the trees and he's back. I like these small, easy to learn tracks. Hello. I think textbook. Some vintage tracks are a bit tricky to learn, aren't they? Oh, they never listen. Are you crazy? There's been decades of sim racing and people still do the same thing. Don't think a video's going to help. I think electrodes applied to genitals is probably the only solution. That's a good line. Yeah, it was totally skillful. It was good. That's a nice church. suppose it requires you to not drive the same as you just did in quali, and to take things easy. Like learning to drive within your own skill is quite hard, because you actually have to have a framework for what is and isn't possible, which requires you to be at a much higher level in the first place. That makes sense for you to know. Well, especially with sims that have god awful force feedback. Oh, we scraped the rims, guys. Yeah. Well, do you remember 24 Hour Le Mans like 2 years ago? And the guys in front drove into each other. So it's a lot of the issue is people get nerves and they want to be in front, and they're like, well, if the car in front is braking there, I can brake there. Also, you have to keep in mind a lot of race drivers are not the brightest of people. That's why they're race drivers. Do you know what I mean? You don't typically get into race driving for being Stephen Hawkins. This wheel, it's a bit strong. I would like just proper bent off hand back now. Wow, but often real drivers are worse than sim racers. Oh, bonk. That's the line into that corner. Ah, there he goes. Goodbye. Who was that? Jar Q, I think. Antoine's murdering everyone. The potato's on the loose. Bowling potato. The thing is, I think sim racing is harder than real driving, but the consequences are less worse. If that makes sense. Not just, I mean, in terms. Ah! See, I'd be dead in real. Ah, shit. I've won. Yeah, so real driving is easier in many ways. Not in terms of physicality and stuff, but just in terms of like forgivingness of tyres in a sense. But then if you crash, you're done, so. Whereas in a sim, it doesn't matter, obviously. I think I'm technically a lap down now. Well, just do some go-karting, it's pretty similar. Like even a rental car is closer to like a Radical than like a fast road car. No, but I mean, as I say, the general experience lines up. I'd imagine like doing a proper, not one of those crappy rental cars, but like a decent, like a shifter car or something. Probably more intense than GT3. Like GT3 is going to be chill, you know. I think F2 and F3 would be pretty mental. The thing with karts is they have weird handling though, like they're just a bit strange how they drive, I think. And then no, in some ways it makes them harsher though, like the lack of suspension and everything's kind of scaled down. Also, no. I think if you had a 5-point safety harness for your average go-kart, it would be a lot less violent. No, you want to be light for go-karting. Being heavy just slows you down a lot. It's gonna be easier to not slop all over the place if you're lighter. You get some padding. Yeah, go-karts just lack power. Yeah, you should see me go-kart, like a rental kart with me going up like uphill. It's terrible. The whole thing just bogs down. It's awful. I've only done go-karting like 4 times now though. I feel like I've somewhat understand it after about 3 hours, maybe 2 hours of go-karting. Like the amount that you have to ride on the tyres. I was only until the last time I went, I was like really careful of like, oh I know, being delicate. So it's actually no, you have to just absolutely rampage the tyres. It's pretty funny. There must be like a Shelby Cobra on board, which would give us an idea. Might be able to see how crazy the steering is. Thinking about it. We need to try another vintage car. What's a good vintage car in this? Well, this is a road car. Yeah, well, yeah, a racetrack. They could have MX-5s with like extra bumpers on them, and they're just like shitty MX-5s, and they have a fleet of them, and you should be able to turn up and for like £200 be able to have a 10-minute race. It'd probably have to cost at least £1,000, and then you're like, well, you could just rent. I mean, you can do that. That's basically what the lower tier racing is. It's people with just more money doing go-karting in full-size cars. What was the track? Oh, Jesus Christ. See, that's the problem with the force feedback being too strong. I literally lost control of the car then because of the force feedback. No, I don't have links enabled to stop spam. What you should do is load up a centrifugal track and then slide the car around on that to get a feel for it. Okay. All you need is like good drivers driving them as well. Often it's quite hard to find. You find onboards of people effectively just cruising around a track. It doesn't really give you a good idea of. You need to see, in many ways, having a bad driver that's overconfident is a much better way to understand how a real car drives. Yeah, but he'll be driving it really well, probably. So, it's, you know what I mean? Like, one of the best Radical videos from back in the day was this Saudi Prince. And it was just absolutely ragging the Radical all out. Oh, I've done this again. It was ragging the Radical. It would give you a really good idea of how much. So you have these really bizarre comparison videos with Sims. It's like, well, yeah, they're underdriving in the sim and in the real life. Yeah, it's a stupid place to build a house, right where I've decided to go racing. I think it's their fault, it's not my fault. Clearly they're to blame. Ah, I forgot about this corner. Oh, I like to drive through the countryside, you know, just test the hedge physics out. Very good, that's nice. Good line there. 10 out of 10, would drive that again. Richard Burns Rally, we've done the Joker lap. I should put the rally spotter on for this. Call out the corners. Well, that slowed the car down. He's unfazed. It's not a real person. What the? See, this is where the low speed. This car's mental. They're all dead after all being around it. Everyone's dead. it's a good track to learn this. It's absolutely bonkers. I think the opening section of this track's nicer to drive. Yeah, I think I should make a video talking about damper and the effect of damper on the steering and how to understand how it affects it, because I think a lot of people don't realise where you would want to use it and for what reason, and the downsides and the positives, and the idea of overactive steering. Hello, Chedhead. I don't think people particularly care though about force feedback. So. Ah, no. Okay. Oh, we could have more rear brake bias. Probably would have helped. Are you joining the next race, Chedhead? We're in. Well, I don't know about everyone else, but I'm enjoying myself. I don't really care. I'm having fun. I'm not playing stuff that's popular. We're driving around some nice road tracks and stuff. We're going to try that British track next, I think. I'm turning into Red Eye Warrior slowly. I started growing hair soon. This has a lot of suspension. And it holds you in suspension as to when you're going to drive into a tree. Ah! Bloody, that was... Oh, I'm dead. That was bloody AC grass. I was on the brakes, I dipped a wheel on the grass and then the wheels all locked up. Blaming AC's physics there. Right, what's this track count debate? What was it called? Good driving, guys. Well done, Antoine, for winning. Burby, Yuri. Top 3 there, well done. Well, I don't know that track. And we're just messing around with force feedback settings and stuff as well. What was it called? The countryside one. You were saying there's a good countryside track. Glencoe. Was this like a Scottish track? How's it spelled? It's better be good. If this is rubbish. 75 miles? Well, that's not going to be... Hang on. This is going to be terrible. It's going to take a week to drive around it. Total track length is 75 miles. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, but that's too big. How about no? We might as well just go from. We might as well bloody drive to Edinburgh from London. Okay, let's try that again. What are the tracks, guys? Can anyone suggest anything? It's like Filderberg or... Hang on. Let's have a look here. I've just got a video. Who's done this video? Sim Tribe. Oh, what's this? Targa Florio. How long's that? That's too long. Ridiculous. LA Canyons. Not really a Mulholland Drive. What's this? Oh, it's like America. No, they're rubbish. Best British free roam. Right, what we got here? Sir Spats Gaming. High Force. Okay. We've done that before. The map. Now, these are all like really badly done track models. Yeah, unfortunately, the British tracks are not very good. I mean, they're alright, but then, you know, they're not as good as those German ones. Wicklow Mountains? What's this? That looks rubbish. Union Island was quite good. Yeah, we could do Old Donington. Where's Let's do that. Donington Park Grand Prix 1938. Yes, here we go. I'll install this on the server. See, Joss has good ideas, even though he's a terrible driver. Yeah, this is Jimmy Boldbent. There we go. Just getting Donington here. 1938 Dono. What's another good vintage car that's part of AC? Let's do this. How many pit boxes has it got? 30. Okay. Servers up. Right, it's loading. Give it a minute.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's go. Totally sensible. Totally sensible car track combo here. This makes sense. This is the most logical car track combo. This is what everyone wanted deep down. They didn't know it, but this is what they wanted. What a car! There we go. Could do with the setup on this, but the rear of this car gets a little bit loose. That stream's alright. I think that's... Is that you? Stream should be alright. Killed the spectator. Nailed it. Thanks for subscribing. Sorrow G. Hello. Yeah, this car doesn't really like the bumps too much. This car's in edges. Yeah, it doesn't really go over the bumps too well. But you just have to straighten her up, it's fine. Oh no! Yeah. This car does not like the bumps. Ow! Okay. Thank you. Oh dear. Oh, there's a corner there. Oh, they're raining carbon fibre on the spectators. Right, we got this. Might have moved the brake bias a bit too far back there. Unless it's like a drift car. You mean with like a standard cars? And that's like with all sims though, isn't it? Where was the jump? Where was the jump? There's a jump here. It's fine. Okay, and then there's a jump before the final corner. Here. No. Here. We've done that. They just don't have pit boxes. They don't have pit boxes on them for you to do racing with people. Here we go. Here we go. This is the lap. Okay, it's a big jump here, so watch out for that. Oh, yeah. And then we've got the tight corner here. Where is it? Over the top of this hill. You can put the rally thing works on all tracks. It just gives you pace notes for anything. Why is this final corner so slippy? Oh no! Ah, this car's... It can't cope with going off the ground. Oh, I've just killed spectators. Right, guys, let's just go straight to the race. Let's get... Oh, no! Okay. Let's just go straight to the race, because I don't think qualifying's going to help. Oh, what a disaster. Let's see if we can manage a lap without all dying. I doubt it. I really doubt it.
We can put the pace notes on. It's in the app shelf. You ready?
Two left, long. $500.
Well, good. You can learn any track. He's missing some corners out though. He's drunk.
6 left, long. 100. 4 right, tightens. 100.
That's what we need for all racetracks.
6 left, tightens. 70. 6 left. 5 right, tightens. 300. 2 right, long, 500.
Ah! We all drove into it. Ah, goodbye, we second. Pure skill. We need to. Rally pace notes could do with being a bit sooner. A little bit sooner. That would have been helpful.
Hopping right.
It says harping.
400.
Harping. Can't say hairpin, it says harping. Harping right.
Over crest. 2 left, long.
I am the champion of Dodgy Dono.
500.
No one can compete with this. Ah! No! Why? Why did it lose control there?
6 left, long. 100.
No.
4 right, tightens.
Oh, he's riding the wall.
100.
It's so ridiculous.
6 left.
This car
right,
just can't cope with the bumps. We need a Land Rover for
70.
this.
6 left. 5 right, tightens.
Ah! As soon
300.
as you go over a big bump, you're like done.
2 right, long.
He's not making that.
500.
Perfect. It's a perfect car track combo. I don't know why. No one could complain. This is exactly how it was driven back in the past with cars that didn't exist when it was built. Don't question my car track choices. This is peak sim
Harping right.
racing. Harping right. This is as good as it gets.
400.
I don't know, Max. We never know.
Over crest. 2 left, long. 500.
Yeah, I mean, this is better than Formula 1. Let's be honest.
Harping right. I'm harping right. I don't know. Maybe one day they will.
6 left, long.
Well,
100.
everybody. Thanks, 07 Buck.
4 right, tightens.
It sounded like that came from the
100.
distance. Well, everybody.
6 left, tightens. 70. 6 left. 5 right, tightens. 300. 2 right, long. 500.
How is Jar Q 15 seconds ahead? Yeah, we need a sexy female robot voice. And we're sorted. Ah! What the spectators? Ah! Oh no! Oh! Ow! Oh, it's all fine. The speed at which the spectators were going past us.
500.
They're just like a oh dear, so stupid. They didn't move. They were confident in my crashing ability.
6 left, long. 100.
Hang on, did I just go down
Right,
a lap?
right.
How does that work?
100. 6 left, tightens. 70. 6 left. 5 right, tightens.
Yeah.
300.
It was a different era. They were used to it being so dangerous that they just
2 right, long. 500.
Fuck. Alex. Oh, shit. Oh. Arse. I guess we're 2 laps down. Oh, I can't take this, guys. Oh, that went well. Good job, Q, cheating. Absolute joke. Everyone keeps flipping the car. Why is there a field full of hearses? I think we know why. There goes Q over into the spectators again. No, I don't see anything wrong with this. You know, it's a nice looking car. I think for this car track combo, you need a car with much better suspension. I bet this car's just bottoming out. Oh, he's been turboed. Oh. I think the F40 is one of the nicer looking cars that's been built. The square back on it's good. And the way the rear wing thing's incorporated is nice.
Is the rear wing on an F40 for downforce? Because it's not really tilted that much. Or is it more for just cosmetics? I think it's just because of the tone of the post-processing is a bit washed out. It has almost a bit that sort of PS2. It's the textures as well. It has that almost that PS2 kind of quality. Well, I think I need to get some rest because it's 9 o'clock. But we had fun. We had fun racing. The server was a great success. We'll let Jarkeith. I think my computer's just crashed again. Although I can hear it. What's going on? My graphics card is dying. Well, there you go. That is a good time to end the live stream. Because my computer's just broken again. Oh dear. I don't know what's causing that. Well, yeah, we just have we just have dead yeah, we're dead. Well, thanks guys for watching. We could try and raid someone whilst we're dead. Let's see. I don't even know how you do that from your mobile phone. There we go. Raid channel. Right. Let me send you to Brother Malone. Thanks for watching, guys. Oh, no, I send you to Emil. I've not sent you to him for ages. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys soon. Have a good night. Good racing. I'm going to reset my computer and everything. Bye. Oh, hang on. Gotta wait. Ah. I can't believe my computer's crashed twice now. That's really weird. I don't know what's caused it to basically just hang entirely. I mean, it's hot, I guess, but maybe some new graphics drivers would be a good idea. Oh, apparently, well, it should raid in like 30 seconds if it hasn't already. The raid countdown. Raid Shadow Legends. 15, 14, 13, 12. There we go. Bye.